Alrighty. Good evening, everybody. How we all doing tonight? As promised, the next game I would be covering is Atlas's new RPG, Metaphor, but we're here sort of 24 hours early, I guess, because there is the prologue demo, which, as far as I'm aware, is basically just the prologue from the game, to the point that you can transfer your save data from the demo over to the full game when it comes out. So we're not wasting time, as it were. But yeah, because we've got basically a free night, stream-wise, we finished Fire Emblem 7 a stream earlier than I anticipated. I figured, well, why not check out the prologue for Metaphor? And as Phil pointed out, it's 115 koalas, and that's just the base game. Like, that's just the basic bitch version. $115. The fucking, like, wanky version, $160! Holy Christ! I tell you guys, Australian prices on video games are fucked. Here is the proof. We get raped. It is brutal. Ugh. Anyway, now you see why I'm so tossing up over, like, when I'm buying new games and whatnot. Because, like, I can literally go to the shops. Physical purchase of this game at the shops is $99. It's cheaper to buy a legit box copy of the game than it is to buy it digitally. Madness. Fucking madness. They said, it'll be cheaper. You buy the games digitally. They don't have to pay for box costs anymore. It'll save you money. Fucking bullshit. Costs me more money and I get less. Anyway. Point is, demo version of the game, free. Gonna check it out. And in the unlikely event that I don't enjoy the demo, I won't end up getting the full game. I expect to, given the pedigree of the game, like all the people involved in development. It definitely seems like it's my sort of thing. But one of my friends was not so into it when they played the demo, and then so I was like, oh, okay, maybe there's a call for pause here. So we will we'll take this time and check the demo out. And as I said, because it save transfers over to the full game, we lose nothing by checking the demo out now. I believe the demo does just start. It's one of those annoying ones that doesn't have like a menu or anything. It just goes. So as soon as we hit go, we go. But yes, not quite that long, Sion, but I believe the demo is meant to be about 6 to 8 hours. And given it's like the prologue, I'm going to assume it's like reasonably restricted in what you can do in-game actual, so it shouldn't, like, we shouldn't be able to bear time this, because bear time involves doing all, like, talking to NPCs and side activities and whatnot, and I figure in a prologue there's not going to be too much of that. I don't know. We'll find out. I actually don't know that much about this in a, like, what it's bringing to the table sense. I've not, beyond the initial announcements for it, I've not really watched much in the way of, like, the trailers or anything, like, any of the recent information for it. So I'm going in reasonably blind. Let's get cracking. Yeah, I suppose it's weird to call no spoilers on a demo. But, yeah. I guess it will apply to the whole playthrough. Gonna have that no spoilers up there the whole time.
ではいつも通りよしなに。必ずやご加護あるでしょう。しつけえな。寄るんじゃねえよ。不幸が映れ。
Like I said, it just gets like, yes, I've got the voice actor list ready.
どこまでも醜いな。これが種族が一つかのごとき理想郷か。叶わぬと悟った時に滅ぶべきだったのだ。貴様ら、王家。
Okay, it does seem quiet to me as well. I can give her some juice.
この国もな。
なんということだ。陛下のお命が奪われるなど。
王子殿下に続いてこのような急ぎお次を決めねば王の魔法の継承が途切れて。
そうなれば他国からの侵攻が。
それだけではない。我が国は連合王国。悪くすれば内戦もあろう。
国難にこそ我らは結束せねば。
王殿下か。
誰がこのような王の寝所に入れるものなど限られています。ですが、
いや、陛下は王の魔法を継ぐ希代の魔導士。心臓を一月など並大抵のものでは。
王子殿下を襲った賊も突然城に現れた。神をも恐れの王族殺し。できる者がいるとすれば、ルイ。さて、困りましたな。
Louis Cypher?
王子殿下はすでに創生。他に王位継承権のある方々には、王の魔法をなす王爵を告げるほど素養ある御人はおられないようだ。こうなると、果たして誰が次の王か。
There's a lot of voices going on in there that sound
今から始まろうとしているのは
very familiar.
メタファー、リファンタジオのプロローグデモ版だ。収められているのは物語の最序盤のみになるが、基本的に製品版と同じ体験ができるだろう。なおセーブデータは製品版に引き継ぐことができる。幻想への好奇心に感謝する。
That's such a small thing, but that's actually kind of impressive. They voiced the demo like introducing the fact that it's a demo sort of thing. That's extra voice work that they didn't have to do. Like no one would hold it against them for this just being a static splash screen. That means they've actually put effort into their demo. Nuts. Alright. So yeah, for voice actors, we'll do the usual thing. Like when we get character names, we'll go fish out their voice actors. Before then, we'll just let the sequences roll. I'll try not to interrupt things. Basically, we'll grab voice actors as is convenient. But that big the conference of bigwigs there, I heard a bunch of familiar voices, so we're already off to a strong start. I'll fiddle with the audio levels as needed. Because yeah, it did seem a bit quiet. It did seem quiet to me as well. So just let me know how the audio is going once the game gets rolling, and I'll adjust the levels on the fly. Oh, now you give me the title screen. I mean, I'd expect it to run fine on the PS5. There's no Is it... Well, do we have options? Do we have, I wouldn't expect this game to have, but some PS5 games have, like, high frame rate mode, high fidelity mode. Okay, there's a fair bit going on here. Audio's already cranked to the max. Hopefully I can turn that on or off with a button. Hmm. Okay. Hey, new type, how's it going? Also, I suppose, hey everybody, I didn't say hi to nobody. Hey, you Sion, hey, you Phil, hey, you Furf, I guess saw Ryu in there as well. How's everybody going this evening? It does seem quiet. Because I've got the audio ducked down a bit so that it doesn't, like, blow ears out, but I'm just using the settings I've used for everything else, so... good. Already off to a good start. So you can toggle auto on the fly, which is lovely. We've got a proper visual novel log. Yeah, alright. Koyasu? That's Koyasu. Kocho de aru. Everyone thinks of Koyasu as Dio, but he's always Ginging him for me. Do we even need to go over, like, Koyasu's list of characters at this point? He's in, like, every second game we play. Oh god, I think... Is that, like, you take the route split to go to space? That's got one of the most bullshit SRs in Alpha Gaiden. I hate that stage. You basically have to have the Wing Gundam, like, at least HP stacked and self-destruct to have a chance of clearing that stupid SR. Oh. There isn't, like, a manga or anime adaptation. Wait. No, this isn't naming the protagonist. This is... Guide the protagonist? Is this like, Baiten Kaitos? So thankfully, well, I say thankfully, on my run, I had upgraded the Brygar, which contributed heavily on that map, as well as the the DX, but I didn't have the Wing Zero set up, unfortunately, so I wasn't able to get the SR. Thankfully, Alpha Gaiden has a little wiggle room. You can miss a couple of the SRs and not get locked out of anything. But fuck that SR. Yeah, okay, it even lets you know you're not naming the protagonist right now.
ほう、珍しい響きだ。こちらの世界ではあまり聞かない。なるほど。君は異教の住人らしい。私のいる世界の出来事は、君にとっては絵空ごと。別の地平の物語。
I don't have the perfect guide for Alpha Gaiden. I think the only perfect guide I've got is W. But yeah, man, the SLW perfect guides are delicious, but they're like kilos of book, so importing them is expensive.
すなわち幻想だ。だが、すべてが君とは無関係だと言い切れるだろうか。こちらの世界に触れようとしているなら、初めに聞いておこう。幻想とは、現実に影響をもたらさない無力な作り物か。ただの夢物語ではなく、幻想が己の生きる現実に何かをもたらすこともある。君はそう信じているわけか。
The thing with fantasies, even if it doesn't, like, a fantasy story doesn't necessarily, like, change reality, but it can change how you perceive and interpret reality. A fantasy could absolutely have an effect on your world and the perception of it. He's definitely leaning more towards his Olivia range rather than his like Gingham or Dio range. Oh boy. God damn it, new type. Hey, Gorgeland, how's things?
それを確かめるため、君が体験しようとする物語を見守ってみることにしよう。それでは始まりだ。
Oh. Can be changed later on? Okay. So there's game journalist mode. Normal or hard? Regicide would be beyond. Oh, we can't. Can we even click on it? I don't think we can. It's grayed out. This is the tricky bit. Well, I suppose for difficulty can be changed later on. So I think we'll go hard. And if it's bullying us, we can just step it back down. We'll see how we go. Oh. Sky's Rim belongs to the Nords?
ればもうすぐ王都よ。
本当なのか、王様が死んだって。軍は葬式の支度に兵を取られて治安は最悪。ただでさえ妙な怪物が出るとかで兵隊が足りんのに。怪物か。確かに近頃噂を聞くな。おまけに王には世継ぎがいない。後釜争いで揉めるだろう。思いやられるぜ。
何
凱旋者。諸君、我々は義勇団である。王家も正教ももはや救いにならぬ。
軍神ルイ様の世が来るぞ。資金と忠誠を捧げよ。従う者は守ろう。だが逆らえば
波動機。賊のくせに。
ほら出せ。よし、さっさとやっしろ。次。
お前、こりゃ珍しい。エルダ族か。
本当だ。角も長い耳もね。
汚れた種族だ。王都に何の用だ。おっと、なんだ、生意気にこんなもん持ちやがって。
待て。逆らうなと言ったろ。おい、騒ぐな。皆殺しにされたいか。
抜いてみる。死ぬ覚悟はあるということだな。
邪魔だ。
Again, we'll get voice actors for characters once they actually get names. No point in trying to get a million characters in a cutscene with no names.
軍神ルイ様の世が訪れるとか言っちゃって。
Well, someone we do have a name for her. Oh dear, excuse me. God damn it. Can I please stop dying? Ugh. Galicia, I think that's how it wants to be pronounced, is voiced by Sumori Morohoshi. What would we know her from? Voiced Tiki in the Fire Emblem games. We haven't played a voiced... Well, I guess we played Three Houses a while back, but we haven't seen her in that role. She voiced Moogle in Stranger of Paradise. Oh, Lord. Okay, so I mean, this isn't on her. This is a bad translation issue thing, but she voices Charlotte in the Trials of Mana remake, which that's not on her, but that character got done dirty in English. Woof. We'll get to that. Well, we won't get to that. Sorry, we'll get to that one day, but we won't get to that one day because I've got patches to fix that. But woof, she got done bad. But okay, it seems like mascot character. This girl is typecast as mascot character because yeah, she's got a lot of voice roles for Moogles. Tiki I count as a mascot character. Yeah. Seems Sumire Morohoshi is a little bit typecast.
と大丈夫？まあ首がつながってるだけマシね。匿名のことはバレずに済んだし幸運だったと思いましょう。
そっちは大丈夫？
What? What? Come again? The MC has a voice? I was gonna do his voice actor, just assuming that it was like the usual Combat Grunts voice actor.
私の心配できるなら大丈夫そうね。分かってると思うけど、私たちの正体が誰かにバレたら終わりだからね。命より重い任務よ。失敗したらもう行き場なんてないんだから。
I'm already quite interested. Well, it depends on how much the main character talks, I suppose.
大丈夫？
Well, we should do his voice actor while we got a chance, actually. Voiced by, Natsuki Hanae. We have definitely heard his voice before. Everyone should be very familiar with him as, 9S from, Nier. Done quite a few other roles. He's actually done some big stuff recently. It's, Tanjiro in, Kimetsu no Yaiba. It's another big role. For the mecha fans in the audience, he voices Shiro Kabuto, which is Koji's younger brother, in the Mazinger Infinity, so the sort of older version of Shiro. Couple of Fire Emblem characters I'm not familiar with. From seems like Shadows of Valentia, which that's on the to-do list. Well, yeah, technically Shiro from Mazinger Infinity in this case. T? Is it T that had Infinity? I don't remember. Anyway. Not sure who that one is. Sorry, Gorgia. I'm not up on modern Dragon Ball stuff. My knowledge stops basically at the end of Z.
行くわよ。
That's just a log. Oh, no, that's much more than just a log. My goodness. Okay. We should read the lore. We don't have any, like, pre-established knowledge of the lore of this world. This is a completely new, like, series. We should read the lore. Just give me a second. We spoke about it, but first then we'll read the lore. Ah. Is this Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced? Okay, I was wondering about our dress. We seemed very out of place clothing-wise, but I guess if we're a toff, then That makes sense. But at the same time, you wouldn't want to, like, when traveling, you wouldn't want to be wearing garb that immediately identifies you as a highborn. Hey, Damiduki. How's things? So it looks like we've got some sort of, words, Byston Dunbine thing going on here with the fairies. Alright, yeah, because we did get key terms in that opening sequence there that we don't know the meaning of, so let's have a little read, shall we? Magic igniters, a tool that acts as a conduit for magic power, without which people cannot perform magic. To own or use them, one must obtain a permit from the kingdom by passing a test, with some exceptions, such as those serving in the state army. Igniters can be costly depending on power and specification, and purchasing them is akin to buying land or housing. Alrighty, big deal. The expense is so great, buying more than one igniter would be difficult even with the entire lifetime income of the average commoner. In order to prevent accidents and crime, the Crown Theocracy and the Magic Association have exclusive production rights of igniters. Unauthorized production is considered a serious offense. The time needed to cast magic depends on the user's skill, but can also be slightly impacted by the capabilities of the igniter itself. While using an igniter while sedentary poses little problem, activating an igniter while moving is difficult, and is thus advised to use them cautiously. Okay, so in-law justification for why mages have to sit still to cast their spells. Gauntlet Runner. This thing looked quite cool, actually. We got like pseudo mechs out the gate. Gauntlet Runner, often called runners as shorthand, a general term for magic-powered semi-automated vehicles designed for traversing the wasteland, and either overcoming or circumventing local wildlife threats and magical phenomena. Traveling the wilds on foot or even in a lightly armored carriage has historically been incredibly dangerous, making any long-distance trips a life-threatening risk. However, as cities and countries grew, so too did demand for resources, many of which required transport in large quantities. The Gauntlet Runners filled the niche of an armored, sturdy vehicle that could help transport and land development. There are small runners, roughly the size of an armored carriage with a simple deck addition, but it's more common to see models that walk on legs, with an internal living area comparable to that of a modern house. Alright, we got, like, walking fortresses. This is actually pretty cool. Legs are more common in the design than wheels, particularly because of their versatility on all manner of difficult terrain, but more so because adopting the remains of skeletons of large monsters as is more cost-effective and stronger than artificially creating all the components necessary. Alright, we got some Dark Sun shenanigans going on. Galicia, a fairy who accompanies traveling boy on his journey, doubling as his chaperone for special mission. Her diminutive size excludes her from participating physically in battles, but her special fairy traits allow her more proficiency than traveling boy when it comes to sensing magla and knowing magic. Though she can become heated when her personal values are tested, she is a reassuring travel companion. Hey, Peanuts, if you mean the Hell House from Final Fantasy VII, that was a fun little, like, just random enemy in the original Final Fantasy VII, turned into an absolute fuck you mechanics check in the remake. That's one of the hardest boss fights in that game. I'm just trying to think if anything, like... Well, once you know what you're doing, it's not too bad, but that's literally Final Fantasy VII Remake as a whole. But yeah, I think the Hell House is... That was a fucked fight. Sanctism. A monotheistic religion devoted to the worship of the one God, the Almighty. A religion of majority across the United Kingdoms. Its sanctors preach that uttering the prayer closury with one's whole heart will reach God, bringing salvation. It is the state religion, and the sanctus hierarchy is deeply intertwined with the kingdom's politics. Currently, the crown theocracy is at the heart of the kingdom's political affairs. Alrighty. Very much a blending of church and state, or possibly just all church with, like, state as a little aside. I mean, like, it's quite possible that it is, in fact, connected to the Shin Meg Grand timeline. Don't ever try to understand the Shin Meg Grand timeline. It's fucked. When going up against an enemy you know nothing about, prepare as best you can. Alright, game. Do we have a... We have a dodge? Do we have like an engage? A chop? I feel like we're probably not supposed to fight anything. Like, look, there's a fucking manticore! Okay, running into them does not engage combat. I'm assuming maybe you gotta get hit by their, like, engage animation. We're just, like, pulling everything in this whole map. Doing a good old conga line. I feel like we should at least be able to fight the hyena things. Maybe not. I don't know how to engage on the enemy. Is it Millennium City from SMT2? No, that was... Pyramid was the right way up.
母兵者で新兵として採用されるよう動いて。これは王国の命運がかかった匿名。遂げるか死ぬかよ。でも死ぬのは嫌。絶対やり遂げましょう。日が暮れる前に抜けないと危険ね。めげずに急がなきゃ。不安は現実に恐るべき怪物を生み出す。これ私たち妖精に伝わる言葉よ。いつもの魔法をかけてあげる。気休めくらいにはなるでしょ。
Wait. Really?
この世に初めて生まれた魔法は音楽なのよ。
That's
乗ってきたでしょ。
that's a super interesting concept. Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, the joke is she's an MP3 player, but just as a concept, I really like the idea of, like, you have a, like, buff magic cast on you and you hear music playing.
あそこね。
It's something I've, like, tossed around the idea of before in my head.
行くわよ。いい？
Music's starting out pretty strong as well. Like, can I want to try to fight something. Oh, I have a chop button, I see. Is this an action game? Wait, there's an action game?
体力危険かも。気をつけて。嘘でしょ。返事をして。
I thought it was JRPG. I didn't realize it's ARPG.
いい？
行きなよ。かかってきなよ。
Oh god, he brought friends. Two at once is a little tricky. And they don't like the flash just seems to be them like prepping for an attack, not indicating an attack is about to come. There's a bit of downtime. Alright, let's pull one away from the rest of the pack.
こっちだよ。かかってきなよ。
Back.
体力危険かも。気をつけて。
We don't get anything for it. Fair enough. Well, we get a feel for how the game's mechanics work, which is important. Is this an open world game? I hope not. Okay. There was a map button, yeah. Okay, I'm playing on hard. And the game specifically told us we're not supposed to be fighting these things. Wait. What? We just got attacked by the, Strange Journey soundtrack? This is Strange Journey music, straight up. Is it the same composer? Oh, yeah, it is Shoji Meguro.
嘘つけ二本足の犬め
楽しきで何でもやる奴らがよ。
かの者を魔導機の正しからざる使用の咎で死刑とする。
カリパスってだけで言い分すら聞いてもらえないのね。
ひどいだろ。あんた何か恵んでくれよ。ありがとう。俺にも
ちょっと
飲んでくれよ。
田舎とは違うのよ。まったく。遊びに来たんじゃないからキョロキョロしないで。馬車でも分かったでしょ。あなたと同じ種族なんて一人もいないんだから。
As for what the character is, no idea. That word just there.
にしてもさすが王都ね。いろんな種族が行き交って田舎じゃありえない。
Seems to be the offspring of Aigis and Dorkun.
でも決まった種族が幅を利かせてるらしいよ。クレマール族とかルサント族とか。ただでさえエルダ族なんて珍しいから絡まれないよう気をつけて。
ねえ聞いた？陛下の話。病気じゃなくて本当は殺されたとか。
知りめったなこと言っちゃダメよ。
確か王子様の時もそうじゃなかった？襲われたとかって。嫌だわ、これ跡目争いよね。
辺境で怪物が出たってよ。今度も兵隊を送るらしい。ここんとこ軍はふぬける一方だな。
You fucking magic vape?
もっとビシッとしてたのに。この国どうなっちまうんだろうな。せめて後継ぎの王子が死んじまってなけりゃな。
陛下が見まかられたこの一大事にもやはり王子殿下の身に変わりはないか。
王国一の聖女ですらも清め得なかった呪い。いかな我らであってもどうすることも。
襲撃から早10年以上だ。お体の衰弱ももはや限界か。このようなやり方、殿下はお許しにならぬであろうが、やむを得まい。殿下を呪い、陛下のお命までも奪ったあの男だけは決して許してはならぬ。軍へと潜り込み、老子に伝令を届けてはもらえぬか。まさかお主に頼むことになるとはな。だがもはや仲間もおらず、他に手立てがないのだ。これは匿名である。よいか、必ず伝えるのだ。
ねえ聞いてる？まあいろいろ思い出しちゃうのも無理ないか。王子様、あんたとは特別仲が良かったしね。さ、王都には入れたけどこっからが本番よ。伝令のために同志が潜ってる国軍に入隊しないと。正統後継者の王子殿下がまだ生きてること、それに私たちの正体バレたら終わりよ。骨は拾えないから覚悟して。まずは母兵舎の建物を探しましょう。そこで新兵を募集してるはずよ。いい？どうすれば。
さて、
Okay.
ど
Don't mind me while I poke around a bit first. Okay, so we got like angels and demons. And elves. And furries. Problem is, it looks like the furries are the, like, downtrodden peasant class, which means we're going to be saving the furries instead of feeding them into the incinerator.
Final fusion! Shonin! 了解！ファイナルフュージョン！プログラムドラ
Yeah, Iron Nitro, how's it going? Thanks for the sub. Much appreciated, man. Yeah, but if there was an incinerator out, you guarantee it's the bad end. These are interesting. What are these? They're like sucking something in. Oh boy, yeah, wow, we got all the lore. Alright, let's see what's going on. Magic, a general term for the technique that consumes power to cause phenomena that bend the laws of nature. There's a wide range of applications, from modest use in daily life to destructive power in war. However, as magic igniters, which require a state permit for ownership and use, are required for people to be able to use magic, many cannot wield magic. So maybe these are like magic vacuums. Maybe they're like sucking the magic out of the air for power. Music and magic. An unusual variety of magic that causes the listener to become aware of their state of mind through a form of sound and music. As it is a modest form of magic with seemingly no utility on the battlefield, it is considered a meaningless, trifling skill in society and thus rarely used. Kingdom of Uchronia? A union of allied kingdoms spans the Kingdom of Uchronia, the Principality of Oceania, and the Principality of Montenario. Uchronia began being the suzerain, with its king holding authority over all three kingdoms. The original king, Aelodeus, was this United Nations' first ruler and is often referred to as the founder king. The continent is surrounded by fast-running currents, and ships can only set anchor from the southern inland sea, where the otherwise swift currents are less violent. As a result, there have been few invasions from overseas, and the three countries have achieved long histories. Capital of the kingdom is Grand Trad, the largest city in the kingdom, located in north-central Ukrainia. Most widespread religion is Sanctism, established as the state religion under the reign of the most recent monarch, King Pythlodius V. Off. We managed to kill one monster without dying, so we're sort of winning. Royal capital Grand Trad, the nation's largest city, capital of both the Kingdom of Ukrainia and the United Kingdom at large, also referred to as the royal capital, being home of the palace and seat of the royal bloodline. Known for its solid ramparts, a site which has long been emblematic of the city itself. However, when the massive regolith Grand Cathedral was built, the building's grandeur became the new symbol of Grand Trad. Yes, we beat a wolf to death very slowly. It nearly killed us in the process. The Elder Tribe. The 9th tribe. Distinct from the commonly known 8 tribes, they are condemned by the Sanctus Church for inheriting a dangerous magic heretical to the teachings of the Church. Their population is so small that to even see one in public is rare, and they face greater discrimination than any other tribe. In fact, many outside the main cities don't believe they exist. Each of the 8 tribes possess unique physical traits, making them recognizable at a glance, such as the Clemar's horns or the Ruseniter's long ears. The Eldar tribe, however, bears no such distinguishing feature and thus regarded as inferior beings. Well, being, like, I'm going to assume that the hatred comes from them being able to naturally wield magic, whereas it seems like at least the implication is that no one else can without, like, assistance via technology. So that would, like, I'd be able to understand why that would be feared, and then fear would lead to hatred. The Clemar tribe. The Clemar tribe composes the largest population in all the allied kingdoms. Their most distinctive features are their horns, which grow from both sides of their head. Clemars have a broad diversity of facial and body types, which has essentially made them average. The Ukrainian royal family are Clemar, and members of this tribe hold a majority of important positions within the government, leading many Clemars to internalize the belief that they are the kingdom's most preeminent tribe. Clemars value freedom and dislike illogical restraint. They enjoy cultivating discussion, but do not always consider the situation or appropriateness of doing so, which occasionally leads to conflict. However, some studies suggest this disposition is what drives them to seek governmental positions and other important offices. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce the L's yet. Rosainte? Don't know. One of the most populous tribes of the United Kingdom, second only to the Clemar. Long, pointed ears are their most distinguishing feature. They often boast excellent physiques, which has given them superior martial prowess. Elven women are stronger than most men of the other tribes. Many inevitably work in the military and often hold key offices. They are considered as influential as the Clemar, and the 2 tribes are sometimes called the prevailing tribes. Many elves pride themselves on outperforming others in strength. While this can be perceived as a self-disciplined competitiveness, on the flip side, there are many with belligerent temperaments, obsessed with proving superiority in any situation. Knife ears. Repus tribe? I want to call them the Papyrus tribe. A tribe recognizable by bestial ears and a tail. There are many variations in their hair and skin colors, including colored skin not seen in other tribes. They are physically adept and often honest with their emotions, giving them a reputation for hedonism, for better or worse. They are drawn to parties and festivities, and while this happy-go-lucky charm is often to their credit, it can also be seen as recklessness. Due to this stereotype, they are looked down upon by other tribes, which prevent them from securing a foothold in politics despite being nearly as populous as the elves and the Clemar. The discrimination against them is especially obvious in large cities. Prince of Uchronia, son and heir to throne of King Hytholodius V. More than 10 years ago, a mysterious attack in the royal palace left him afflicted with a deadly curse. The curse took its toll on his body, and though he barely endured treatment, his recovery was interrupted several years later, when he and his closest aide suddenly vanished from the castle without a trace. The king exhausted all possible means to find him, but was ultimately unsuccessful. He was formally declared deceased 3 years ago, and a royal funeral was held in his honor. Well, that's gonna cause a problem for any kind of, like, succession argument. If you're officially dead, you tend to give up succession rights. Oh, why does it feel like we're going to become furry cheeses? Hey, Azan, how's it going?
目の前に並んでるでしょ。人が魔法を使うのに必要な道具よ。まあ田舎じゃあんまり見ないけどさ。けど魔法を使うのに道具が必要なんてあんたたちは不便ね。その点私なんか魔法も使えるしマグラの流れだって見えちゃうし。まあどっちもちょっぴりだけど。
ほう、珍しい。妖精にエルダ族の子供か。この辺のものじゃない。もしそうなら捕まらないよう気をつけることだ。ここの金持ちの小塚が多いから。失礼。私がここの店主だ。魔導器が気になるのか。これなどいかがか。王爵を模した特別な記念品だ。
What's up, Huff? Yeah, the audio is definitely a bit off. Yes. I'm gonna have to probably do some shenanigans.
王爵って
知らないんだっけ。なんて説明したら。
王爵は代々の王が証として受け継いできた一本の尺状だ。天変地異も起こせるようなとんでもない魔法が使えるらしい。要は世界最高の性能を持つ魔導器だな。 王はそれを抑止力に国を守ってきたわけだ。
けど後継ぎがいないまま王様が死んだ。
そういうことだ。次期王の魔法の加護は途切れる。何しに来たのかは知らないが、ここは近いうちに一腹がある。
覚えておきます。
自分の身を守れるのは自分だけだ。肝に銘じておけ。
It's having
なんか妙な天使だったわね。でも確かに気をつ
the
けて。
demo downloaded but being
油
distracted.
売ってられないわ。さあ、軍の歩兵者まで急ぎましょ
That
う。
was definitely the case for me. We got the reason we're doing this now is because we got Fire Emblem 7 done
向かおう。
in time. All right, let me. I can see that, Gorgeland. I think someone else was saying similar at the start when the redhead elf appeared.
神よ。
うーん
We have entered the age of elf supremacy. Now, yeah, okay, if we were gonna get, like, full-on 90s pauldrons again, that would be great. Get, Urashihara-style, pauldrons back, that would be great. Oh boy. So much lore. Magla. A technical term for magic power that serves as the basis for magic. There are various amounts in all things found in nature, including people, plants, and animals. Because Magla sometimes crystallizes in areas of high concentration, some scholars theorize that Magla may be physical particles too small to be seen with the naked eye. So those street lamp things are magic vacuums? Royal Scepter. An ornate crane-like scepter passed down through generations of the Ukrainian royal family. Proof of the right to rule. A magical instrument of extraordinary capabilities, powerful enough to induce natural disasters. It can only be wielded by the king, and the popularity termed royal magic it commands serves both as a pillar of the king's authority and a deterrent to war. Consequently, any king of Ukrainia must be well versed in magic, and the boon of a royal lineage is not enough to ensure succession to the throne. Historically, there have been many cases where an offshoot member of a prince's family has become king, when the bloodline's most direct inheritor was judged not to have magical aptitude to truly wield the royal scepter. All right, that's decent at least. The bloodline isn't, well, the royal line isn't just straight bloodline. It's also ability to an extent. The royal magic, a powerful magic passed down through generations of Ukrainian kings, invoked through a unique magic igniter called the Royal Scepter. It has tremendous power that can bring about anything the king desires. There are several records of its use in the long history of the kingdom, be it for revolutionary or oppressive aims, but each is described as a cataclysmic disaster. It continues to represent a strong deterrent power to the royal family and the kingdom. That's just the plot of Zero Note Skyma, Gorgelan. I cast man portable rocket launcher. Seriously, it was it's a plot point I got amusement out of in Zero Note Skyma. It's the stop of destruction. Was literally a rocket launcher. And then the scale up was not just I cast rocket launcher, but I cast Zero Fighter. Yeah, we messed with the sound levels a bit, so when we next get a proper, like, talkie sequence, let us know how the volumes are going. We actually haven't got the lore dump yet on the Angel Wing, folks. It's, shit, what's his name? From Fate Grand Order. He, like, bought out the magic facility. Got conned by not. But, kya, Akihiko senpai?
青臭い坊ちゃんに現実を叩き込んでやる。せいぜいお国のために死んで役立て。
貴重な味方を脅して統率か。思ってたより脳なしの集まりだな。でも安心しろ。この国は俺が変えてやる。
He's pretty. I was sort of on his side until then. I was like, all right, pretty full of himself.
言わせておけば。
やめとけ。こんなことで医者の仕事を増やすな。
悪運に感謝しとけ。
Again, we're holding off on looking up characters, voice actors until we get their actual names.
ほら次、早くしろ。はあ、エルダ族だと？まだ生き残ってたんだな。年は18の孤児か。兵士としてはうってつけだな。志願した理由は何だ
？Cash money, bling bling.
仕事が欲しいだけだ。
Keep forgetting we're not a generic. We are actually like a character with a voice.
冷めたやつだな。ま、根なし草じゃ他に稼ぎ口もないか。で、軍でどういう活躍ができる？得意なことはあるのか
？I'm currently sticking with the theory that it's Aegis and Dorkun's child. World of Strength.
こう見えて力はあります。
その細腕でか、とてもそんな風には見えんぞ。最後だ。貴様、字は書けるか？書けるならこいつに名前を書くんだ。
X. Yeah, okay, now we have trouble. Because there's no manga or anime adaptation yet. I don't know what this boy's name is supposed to be. Does it have a generic fill? It does not have a default. No, Half, it has a, like, enter the player name earlier on, so we've already used Bear. Hey, Kyoteki, how's it going? Default is Will. I don't know. I don't have like a stock of go-to names. Well, the problem is we're committing to a 100-hour JRPG here. Want to put like a decent name, as funny as it would be to put a gag name, like Lance. Lance is actually, I would be kind of tempted to go with that for the Rance play, and Lance itself works well. Nero's not bad, but then I'd just be making words. The storm that is approaching. No, that's not Nero. That's Virgil. Nero is Rocket Punch. Well, this doesn't have that kind of a subsystem as far as I'm aware, Zan. It doesn't actually, like, it doesn't have the persona. Oh, you were talking. Okay, well, so I mean, the Fate reference is the actual Nero of Rome. Nero is a solid suggestion. Lance is a solid suggestion. No one suggested it. My mind went to the wrong place for it. But Virgil also, I think, a decent. Yeah, but it's a good name. As you say, Nero fits the theme. Yeah, Nero might be... We will be the worst emperor. Well, at least in your case, Harp, I thought you were going for the DMC reference, because I just did, like, my brain did not accept that you would make a Fate reference. Well, I was saying before we needed to watch as the furries burned, so Nero works. I do wonder if the character has an actual name, and we're operating under like a pseudonym at this point. Given the mission setup is effectively to infiltrate the Royal Guard. I am definitely agreeing with the music so far. But that should be a surprise to no one.
うんまあ
Interesting. Old beetle? I gotta say, I am definitely feeling, like, intrigue, which is always a good sign. Like, I do like sinking my teeth into a new setting. Forden. Astivum Forden, the 78th Sanctifex of Sanctus Church, the state religion of the United Kingdom. He holds the highest authority within Sanctism, and as such is the leader of the Crown Theocracy. Despite hailing from the Rogar tribe, rather than the more common Clemar or Elven tribes. Once they've pronounced that word a few times in-game, I'll be able to use it properly, but for now they're elves. He enjoys a broad base of support. In the turmoil following the sudden death of the previous king, many view him as something of an interim king, given his position as the leader of the moderate faction. The Recruitment Center. A center located in every city for people to apply to join the army. Though for those without family or means, volunteering is one of the quickest ways to earn money and social credibility. Recruitment is not always open, but concerns about public safety due to the sudden death of the king, as well as monster outbreaks in the area, has led to an unusually long recruitment period in the royal capital. Huh. This is interesting stuff. Because it's not just, like, money, but, like, social, like... There's status involved in being part of the Royal Guard. Yeah, I don't know what that golden beetle was about. Okay, it's a collectathon item. It's probably gonna be like get X to unlock rewards, or it'll be like a micro shop where you can spend golden beetles. Oh?
よし、次。クレマール族か。違う。見かけない種族だな。まさかエルダ族ってやつか。こりゃ珍しい。どけ。こっちが優先だ。
Yeah, that priority's the queue. Stand back, bitch.
こんなガキに貴重な魔導機の無駄だろ。たくいまいましい。俺ならもっと手柄をあげられる。こいつはもらうぜ。
強いなら奪うのは当然か。
なんだてめえ。
He's got Akihiko's face with Junpei's weapon.
戦う理由は誰にだってある。列に並べ。
うるせえクレマール族だ。自分が全部正しいと思い込んでやがる。力じゃ俺たちにかなわねえってのによ。
種族は関係ない。 これは教授の問題だ。
Yeah, man, how's it going? Oh, fair enough. Take it easy.
謝れ。俺と、それから彼にもだ。
おい、そこの新兵ども、死闘は禁止だ。
騒いで悪かったな。大丈夫か？正直、助かった。
I keep forgetting we've got a voice. That keeps blowing my mind. Because it doesn't, like, they don't speak often, but they do speak.
やりたくてやったことだ。気にするな。じゃあな。親父にするなよ。
たく、おめごとはごめんだぜ。ほら、魔導機だ。受け取れ。最近のものは初めからマグラの結晶もついてて、練習次第で誰でもそこそこに魔法が使える。
Aren't we supposed to be innately magic?
ま、一日で使いこなせとは言われねえよ。新入りはまず命の心配してな。それとだ。こいつも渡しておく。これも貴重品だぞ。
Possibly Gorgelan, and that would make sense, except that every man and their dog has clocked us as an Eldar, so...
すっごい。これ地図よ。外は危険なのによく調べてある。確かに軍にしかない貴重品ね。
聞け、新兵ども。今日から貴様らひよっこどもを預かる兵士長のクリンゲルである。知っての通り、陛下が崩御され、多くの兵が国葬を警備する。だが、貴様ら新兵風情には荷が重いというものだ。
Well, he can't be that important now that I've got a name for him. He's not actually on my list of voice actors. I've got like a bunch of what I assume is like NPC and side characters listed here, but not this gentleman. He's what's his name from Fate Grand Order?
貴様らにはまず訓練を兼ねて北の国境近くの鳥
Oh, that's it.
に向かってもらう。あそこは歴戦の兵士も多い。可愛がってもらえ。
よしよし、狙い通り。同志はその北部国境の砦に潜入中よ。
今夜はせいぜい最後の安眠を味わっておけ。
For what it's worth, I'm operating off like an English list for the names, so there might be a more like complete Japanese list of voice actors. Given the game isn't even out yet, I have no right to complain.
Kanariの数が集められてる。よっぽど兵が不足してたのね。そういえば潜入してる同士とは初対面だろうけど、あんたの剣を見せれば大丈夫よ。それが死者の証になってるから、向こうの顔は知ってるし安心して。それじゃ明日のために早めに休みましょう。ねえ、起きてる？
もう朝なの？
どう見ても夜でしょ。なんかいろいろあったから眠れなくて。話には聞いてたけど、未だにこうも差別されるとはね。大丈夫だった？
こんなもんだろ。
私はそこまで割り切れないけど。怪物騒ぎも 汚れた種族たちのせいだって噂してる人もいるみたいだし、まあ昔エルダ族の集落を焼き討ちにしてきた連中だもんね。
昔の話だ。
それはそうかもしれないけどさ。けど王子だけは誰でも分け隔てなく優しくしてくれた。その恩をしっかり返さなきゃ。そうだ、あんたがいつも読んでる本、王子にもらったものでしょ。見せてくれない？
別にいいけど。
気になってはいたんだよね。ありがとう。
This is the opening scene again.
幻想小説ってやつだっけ？
Oh, thanks for the follow, Kyoteki. I assume I'm pronouncing that correctly.
実際には存在しない幻想の世界を描いた珍しい本よね。王子が好きそうな話だわ。何若い旅人がその世界を見て驚いた。
Is this in fact Kingdom Hearts? The world is quadratum, or however it works. Fuck, I don't know what's going on with the back end of Kingdom Hearts anymore. I tried to understand Kingdom Hearts, but it got a little wacky even for me.
その世界には種族は一つだけ。誰もが互いを認め合い、生まれでの差別など存在しなかった。
Okay, so it's definitely not Earth.
一つだけ？私みたいな妖精もいないの？まあ、種族同士の揉め事は起きなそうだけど。彼らに魔法は必要ない。学びと手技だけで巨大都市を築く。天をつくガラスの塔、闇のない安全な夜、行き交う車。そして満たされた彼らの法には、民の命は平等だと書かれている。なるほどね。
They call it a fantasy book for a reason.
魔法がなくて、種族の争いもなくて、命も平等。夢物語って感じだけど、ちょっと羨ましいかも。
Always a good sign when I'm predicting the exact line the game is about to deliver.
あんた、もう寝てるの？私一人じゃめくるの大変なのに。それじゃ、今日はここまでね。おやすみ。
Should be saving more often.
Hmm? 休んでなくていいの？大丈夫。今日は君と話しておきたいと思ってね。僕の夢はいつか王国がこの本に描かれた国みたいになることだ。理想世界を描いた小説だったね。どの種族が偉いとか、汚れているとか、生まれて人生が全部決まってしまう。そんな世の中は終わりにしたい。この里のエルダ族だってそうさ。君らは何もしてないし、僕をかくまってくれた。なのに、火まで放たれて。もう誰もあんな目に遭ってほしくない。誰かが変えないと。大丈夫か
I've been very slowly reading Berserk, but I haven't got up to where Griffith shows up yet.
現実が残酷なのは分かってる。でも最後まで諦めたくないんだ。僕は王子。王様になる者は英雄でなきゃいけない。英雄？辛い時こそ 先頭に立って困難を打ち倒す人のことさ。父上から教わったんだ。この国にはかつてそんな英雄がたくさんいたって。だから諦めない。どんな生まれの人でも自分の未来は信じていられる。そんな理想の国をね。笑われるかもしれないけど、きっとできるさ。いつもそうだった。苦しい時に君がいたから、どんなことも乗り越えられた。叶えよう。君ならなれるよ、英雄に。
As if we didn't catch the blame for that.
「僕だって諦めないよ。どんなことがあっても。」
Were you here at the start, Gorgeland? We did the Skyrim joke already. This isn't our first caravan.
国境の砦到着まであと1日。
Is Koyasu gonna be the narrator? Is that what's going on? I'm down with that. Big map! Oh! Hi, sir! Have you heard about our Lord and Savior, Tentacle God Cthulhu? I'm assuming it's just a classic old map of, you know, past where they've explored is just there be monsters. See him on.
ここは。ああ、そこね。
ここだな。
ここは。
ここだな。
忘れないで。そうね。
The way the city is stylized here oddly has like a... It's giving me like Gynax vibes for a moment. Or it'd be Trigger these days, sorry.
忘れないで。じゃあ。
新兵を乗せた馬車は目的地へとたどり着く。北部国境の砦。併合戦争の時代、隣国との国境の山あいに建てられた砦である。だが近年、怪物の増加によって王都の守りの重要度は増しており、送り込まれる兵士の数は再び増えつつある。新米の兵士たちは砦へと続く急勾配の坂の手前で馬車から降ろされ
Actually, oddly, I was thinking more, what's the gay firefighters? Romare. Rather than Eva.
やっと着いたか。全身が石みたいだ。
おい、そこの若造、戦場で隙を見せるな。国境は平地でも揉め事が起こる常在戦場だ。背筋を伸ばせ。幾多の視線をくぐったこのクリンゲル様が兵の心構えを解いてやる。あれはそう、偵察任務の時だった。
I'm surprised I don't have a voice actor listing for this guy, given, like, he's a pretty significant role in the first couple of hours here. He's had a lot of lines. Yeah, but even still, I should have a voice actor for him. Yeah, Dark Bites. I'm still unwell, but I'm doing. I'm me. We're playing some video game, having a good time. How about yourself?
それより、お前が読んでた本だが、どんなとこが面白いんだ?
We've been traveling together for at least several days, and we still don't have your name, sir. Please give us your name so I can look up your voice actor, because I definitely have that one.
魔法がないおかげで平和なのが面白い。
魔法なんてない方がいいって。うん、確かになかなか面白そうだな。要は理想郷を書いてるわけか。本はそれなりに読んできたが、そんなのは初めて見るな。
I'm something of a reader myself. Jesus Christ.
死んだ国王も、あれで即位したての頃は、融和を掲げる理想論者だったらしいぞ。
Don't they all?
だが途中で投げ出して、不可能だと証明しただけに終わった。どうだい？あの凡人王には荷が重すぎたんだ。
貴様、新兵の分際で陛下の悪口か？聞き流せねえな。士気が下がる。
めんどくさい。
言いたいことがあんならはっきり言えよ。あ？
受けて立ってもいいけど。
正面切って俺たちに喧嘩売るとはな。まあいい。今回はそいつに免じて許してやるが、あんま調子乗んなよ。も
やれやれ。確かに個人を悪く言った俺も良くない。思ったことがすぐ口に出るたちでな。だがお前とは馬が合いそうだ。まだ名乗ってなかったな。俺はストロールだ。アリア伯レオン・ストロール。お前の名は？
Alright, Stroll. Finally. Voiced by Kensho Ono. What would we know him for? archer in Samurai Remnant. What else we got here? Vaughn in Final Fantasy. It's a bit of an unfortunate role, but there you are. That was his first role, was Dissidia Vaughn. There you go. Off to a rough start.
という名だ。うん、いい響きだ。嫌いじゃない。身分の違いは忘れていい。新兵同士、気兼ねなく行こ
う。という話があったわけだ。よし。では貴様らひよっこどもには
誰か。
俺は兵士か。おい、大丈夫か。何があった。
気をつけて。俺は普通じゃな。
我が隊のものじゃない。砦の兵士だ。まさか陛下なき今を狙って隣国が反乱を。とにかく全員急ぎ砦に向かえ。私はここで救護活動を続ける。
待て、状況もわからないのにか。せめて隊を分けるか、応援を。
教官命令である。逆らうのか。反逆罪に問われたいか。臆するな。貴様らも栄光ある王国軍兵士だ。手柄を立てろ。帯は約束してやる。
もうやるしかねえ。稼ぎたくて兵士になったんだ。これで一気に金持ちだ。よし、行くぞ。
くそ、無視もできないか。仕方ない、行くぞ。
She got armor as well? Where did she get fairy issue armor?
お前、それまさか妖精か。捕まえたのか。
自分の連れなんだ。
まあそういうこと。あと呼ぶなら名前で呼んで。ガリカって立派な名前があるんだから。
連れなのか。つまりずっと隠れていたわけか。
無駄に騒がれたくなかっただけよ。それより嫌な気配がする。下手に進まない方が。
ああ、無能な上官に付き合って無駄死にする気はない。先に行った連中を追わず離れてついていこう。お前、魔導機はちゃんと使えるんだろうな。
さあどうだろう。使ったことないだろうし。平民だもの、珍しくないでしょ。
わかった。とにかく安心しろ。死なせやしない。付き合うぜ。
That... Huh? Trying to conceal his nobility? If anything, it's been the opposite. He's been very frank that his nobility is, like, not worth much, but he has not been trying to conceal the fact at all. They sort of explained the music thing before. It's actually in universe. The fairies, like, projecting music in your head. Where was it? This. Become aware of their state of mind through the form of sound and music. Speaking of, however, there are more lore to read. Magla crystals. A crystallized cluster of magla that forms naturally in places where high concentrations are left to fester, though scholars have recently developed methods to create them artificially. The color of the crystals depends on the formation process and its impurities. High purity natural crystals are indispensable in producing high-performance igniters. As a result, some value them higher than gems and precious metals. Areas where crystals are abundant are often claimed in the name of the crown as mining sites. However, people have long whispered that Malga crystals are dangerous to those who deal in them. Such statements are largely regarded as heresy because there was little evidence to support it. But recently, even the state army has grown more cautious with them as reported incidents are on the rise. Northern Border Fort. A defensive fort on the northern edge of Onian territory, also bordering on the country of Oceania to the west. Built before the kingdom's unification, this old stronghold has outlived its political and strategic relevance and is most often used as a training ground for new soldiers. Yeah, fab housings. Stroll. Leon Stroll? A young man of the Clemar tribe met at the recruitment center in the Grand Trad. A genial youth who values justice with a good head on his shoulders. He comes from a noble family, but seems to have complex circumstances that have led him to enlist in the army. Typically a commoner profession. Though new recruits grumble at being ordered to refer to each other by their surnames in order to prevent overfamiliarity, Stroll doesn't seem to mind. The fantasy novel. The book Nero carries with him. It's a memoir-style novel depicting a country where neither magic nor notions of tribes, where people are not discriminated by birth. Quite literally a fantasy world. It was designated a forbidden text by Sanctus Church 10 years prior, and most copies are thought to have been burned, making it hard to come by in present day. It's a well-bound book that would be unusual for a commoner to own. Yeah, okay, so his name did update in the book now that he's actually got his name for the lore stuff. Oh boy. Suddenly, horrors beyond our comprehension. Right. They did say that earlier. Oh boy. Somebody had a ketchup party without us. Can we just leave? Fuck this shit, I'm out. What the fuck? These monstrosities feel like something from, Mary Skelter. Digitamamon! Miserable pile of protein. Ah, right. It's an Atlas game. Well. Definitely a Shoji Meguro soundtrack. Holy crap. We've gone full Strange Journey. Yup, we gotta do the Atlas scan. Flashing, poking, punching, fire, ice, thunder, wind, light, dark. Oh god, you get bonus everything for not taking a hit. I was saying before, this game's got me intrigued, and yeah, now I'm extra intrigued.
るわ。
このまま押し切る。先手だ。行くぞ。
さあ覚悟しなさい。
行くぞ。炎よ。最後だ。その一歩燃え尽きろ。
挑む相手を間違えたな。
悪くないな。さらなる高みを目指す。
Oh no. Oh no. Like, the answer is World of Strength, but is that actually the answer? Is it, do you need Madge for Madge Def? You're not normally able to respec in these. Oof.
簡単にやられはしない。負けるか。くそ。加減はしない。燃えろ。炎の力だ。この調子で行こう。キュッキュッ。
Was kind of awkward.
敵に見つかったぞ。注意しろ。
Ah, dang it.
来る。負けるか。
攻撃が弱点だね。一気に決めちゃえ。
くっやっ。炎の力だ。思ったより耐えるよ。くそ。先を急ごう。よし。敵はもういるな。キュッキュッ。
Odd. I should probably put that in the title.
気をつけろ。ね
え。いい？
Is it, do we need, like, do we need to be quiet about it? Is my question. Or can we just, like, run up if they just haven't seen us and give them the business? These things are suitably creepy.
行くぞ。炎よ。まだ耐える。燃え尽きろ。いつもこう行きたいもんだ。
使えそうなものならもらっとけよ。
Yeah, it really feels like Mary Skelter monsters, which, again, are creepy. That's the whole point. Yeah, same here. I own all 3 games. Dang it.
耐えてみせる。
戦力は五分ね。油断は禁物よ。しっかりして。
Did that... Is this a proper press turn? We actually lost team turns by missing an attack? Gosh. This is very, What's the first area in Demon Souls? Ostrava? No. Ostrava's a guy. Boletaria?
ちょっと待て。お前。なるほどな。なんだ。
今のって。
急ぐぞ。
急ぎましょう。
I don't know if knocking these out of the way matters for anything. Apart from, like, obviously, like, revealing more. You need to come off of autopilot, friend. Is it like a cash money item? Yes, yes it is. It's exactly that.
Oh, いいもの拾ったな。
こ
よし一気に行こ
戦力は五分ね。油断は禁物よ。
Ah. We really are Persona 3? Like OG P3?
頼むよ。
Hey, Kota, how's it going?
加減はしない。燃えろ。燃え尽きろ。こんなところで止まってられない。よし。また強くなったよ。
敵がこっちに気づいたわ。
先手だ。行くぞ。強い。
炎の力だ。仕上げだ。こんなとこだな。
いけるよ。敵残り1体。
やっまだ耐える。
燃え尽きろ。いつもこう行きたいもんだ。これで片付いたか。
We were sat for a while working out what name to use and ended up going with Nero.
いいもの見っけ。役に立ちそう。
よし、一気に行こう。
そのまま倒しちゃって。
挑む相手を間違えたな。近くにまだ敵がいるぞ。気をつけろ。
押し切った。今だ。
But Lance was indeed a considered option. That's what I did as well, Kota. It was half of all people that suggested it, and her suggestion was inspired by FGO, or not FGO, but Fate, which is the Emperor Nero. You weren't here for it, Fab, but there's lots of furries. And I said Emperor Nero watches as the furries burn. Does Aegis count as best waifu choice? Because clearly the main character is the son of Aegis and Dorkun. There's a decent amount of, like, side area to this dungeon. I'm pleased it's not just a straight line. Every time, I keep forgetting we're a real character. We're a real boy. It's like older Persona, if anything. Like, it remembers that it's sort of a horror game. Especially once the humans are introduced. I was looking to save, I don't appear to be able to. Seriously, these things straight out of Mary Skelter. Oh, man, the music is really good. Wait, retry?
いいか、俺は貴族だ。貴族が民より後に死ぬのは恥なんだよ。じゃあな、ちゃんと生き残れよ。うわー！
体力が少ないよ。回復急いで。
すまない。
嘘でしょ。返事してってば。
大丈夫か？バカ野郎、早く逃げ。
汝定めを課せられしこの憂いを抱える旅人よ。あなたはやがて王となる定めの子。今は分からずといずれ全てが回り出す。道は二つに一つ。その試練へと赴くか、ここで倒れ伏すか、さあ選ぶのです。
我は汝、汝は我。
いいでしょう。恐れと向き合う魂には英雄が目覚める。己自身に命じなさい。内なる英雄の姿に変われと、己の心にと。
Oh, she's being literal. Engrave thy heart. Yeah, okay, here's my heart. Senator Armstrong? Nanomachine's son? Suddenly, spells.
なんとかできないの
？Yeah, okay, it's properly, like it's the proper press turn system. Oh, you break body parts as well. I see. It's not really Persona at this point. That's pretty sick.
一部を食べてる。これじゃあ攻撃しても回復されちゃう。まさか体の一部を自分で食べるなんて。
シーカ
このリンゴ叩き落としちゃえない？
突きやれろ。
Assuming slashing damage will... Nope.
あのリンゴみたいなのどうにかしなきゃ。そうね、私ならできることがあるかも。ねえ、任せてくれない？了解、任せて。それならもう回復もできないはず。今のうちにやっちゃいましょう。
加減はしない。
Why were we given the option to say no? Why would you say no?
風よ。やれる。王者の魂をここに。
I mean, we could have. It had 2 apples. We had the ability to, like, damage the apples. We could have, like, controlled it ourselves. Like, I'm really sticking with the it smells like Mary Skelter. With the destructible parts and the, like, designs and everything. We are, Seigi no Mikata. See, this feels like where the demo would end, except that there's meant to be like 8 hours of demo, so... Oh! Hello, sir. I have arrived.
グライアス、よかった、生きてた。
お前ガリカか。
ほら、彼が例の同志よ。伝令を届ける相手。
手ひどくやられてるな。肩を貸してくれ。一緒に運んでやろう。血の匂いで獣が寄ってくる。急いでここを離れるぞ。気を失ってるだけのようだ。ここなら少しは休めるだろう。
Well, we should do his voice actor, actually. Since we've been given his name straight up. Grius is voiced by Tetsu Inada, whom I'm sure we've heard of in many other places. Yeah, actually, Zin in the Nokiseki series. John Mason in Counterside, of all things. Ratzel in Super Robot Wars. Leo in Guilty Gear. He's typecast as the big guy. He's appropriately cast here. Nappa in Dragon Ball. Lu Bu in the Musuo games. Many characters in FGO. Shakespeare, Tesla, Benkei, Babbage. He is like typecast as big guy. Oh, he voices Arthur, as in Ghosts and Ghouls. Wait, what? No, what? Really? Hang on. Because that is not a big guy. But holy shit. He voices Harry Ord. The Bee himself. I had to double check on that. I was like, that can't be right, but nope, there it is. Universe. Jesus. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
改めて久しぶりね、グライアス。とんだ再会になったけど。
お互い生き残ったんだ。上出来だ。加勢できずすまなかったな。
Alright, so how long till this guy dies? He's too cool to live.
「そいつは新顔か？しかし、なぜあの力を？」
あんなの私も初めて見た。グライアス何か知ってるの？
まあな。それより今は任務の話だ。
うん。時間も惜しいから伝えるね。グライアス、今回あなたに課せられた任務は国王暗殺犯のルイを殺害せよ。
そうか、ついにか。遅すぎたくらいだ。公表されてないが、陛下の死が殺しだって話は軍じゃもう公然の秘密だ。類名、今度は陛下までも。
それだけじゃない。事態は一刻を争うの。王子の容体が芳しくなくて。里の秘宝で遠見の鏡というそうよ。見えているのは今この瞬間の王子の姿。
And we're just dropping all this, like, top secret assassination related information in front of a random country noble.
王子殿下、呪いの茨は健在か。
Yeah, there's no way he's clearly just passed out and not overhearing everything we're saying right now.
特にはやっぱり術者のルイの命を絶つしかないみたい。それにもたもたしてたら次の王様が勝手に決められちゃ
う。わかるように話してほしい。
15年ほど前、子供同然の弱いで志願してきた一人の新兵が図抜けた軍隊で周りを驚かせ怪物と噂になった。ルイ・グイヤベル、傭兵と魔法戦の天才だ。一時は最年少で将軍かとまで噂されたが、ある日奴は事件を起こした。
I was gonna call him Louis Cypher.
王子の襲撃事件ね。
王子殿下は敵の魔導士の魔法を受け、死の呪いに侵されてしまった。その魔導士こそ他ならぬルイだ。今や王子殿下だけでなく、陛下をも手にかけた大罪人。万が一にも玉座につけば王国は滅びる。
でも王都を歩いてみた感じ、ルイの支持者って割と多かったんだけど、そこまで疑われたのになんでなの？
My JoJo knowledge is actually quite limited. I've only seen part of the first season.
ルイの手際は見事で、物証は何も出なかった。疑いは残ったが投獄はできず、結局地方へ領違いされるだけにとどまった。それに奴は現場の軍人たちからは有能な上官として今でも支持が厚い。容疑を濡れ衣だと信じてる者も少なくない。
I mean, we have Koyasu. That's the most important part of being a JoJo, right? Ono Dio da.
実際奴が中枢にいた頃の国軍は圧倒的だった。長年くすぶっていた独立運動が平定されたのはルイの功績だ。悔しいが奴は確かに強い。武術に魔法、紛れもなく天才だ。世の
グライアスがそこまで言うなんて、これは骨が折れそうね。
その仕事、俺にも手伝わせてくれ。
Yep, he was listening the whole time.
そっちは部外者だったわけか。たぬき寝入りで盗み聞きか。逃げおおせると思うか。
さっきので魔導機も壊れちまった。逃げる気はない。俺の正義を貫きたいだけだ。
ねえグライアス、助かったのは彼もいたからよ。人手不足だし手伝ってもらおう。救った命を粗末にすることはない。
お前、仲間でもない初対面だったこいつに命を捨てて加勢したっていうのか。
戦いで 貴族が平民より後に死ぬのは恥だ。俺は貴族としてその正義に従っただけさ。
俺も焼きが回ったな。妙な動きを見せたら容赦なく殺す。
それじゃ
あというわけだ。またよろしくな。
だが俺たちが助かったことは伏せる。身を隠すには死人のままの方が好都合だ。大義を遂げるまでその命預からせてもらう。
やるしかない。
Wait. Deadline? This actually has, like, timed events? Also, why is the like, primary objective of the main quest not max difficulty? Like, how is our objective of, kill Lucifer, save the prince, not max difficulty? This is...
国葬にはルイも現れる。それまでに王都に戻れないと勝機はない。だが街道を通れば検問に遭うだろう。そこで別の道を使うぞ。この先の廃鉱山を迂回せずに中を突っ切る。今夜は傷を癒しておけ。明朝に出発しよう。頼むぞ。
Wait, as in guessing Lewis is evil? He's definitely evil. He killed the king and cursed the prince. This is not hidden information. This is literally the opening movie. Oh, the asleep prince, I see. Oh, so it's Lewis is the good guy. Trying to stop the evil prince from destroying the world. Anyway, apparently I have joined the body.
ここから本当の任務が始まるのね。それじゃ野営の準備でもしましょう。
これで少しは落ち着けるな。お前ら二人は今日のが初仕事か。初陣で人間に出くわすとはな。よく生きてたもんだ。
あいつらは何なんだ。
He's too cool to live. He's gonna die.
人間の生態は謎だらけだ。マグラに守られ、普通の攻撃は効かず。姿も習性もどんな動物にも似ていない。確かなのは、ここ数年被害が増える一方だってことだ。俺が砦に潜入してたのは、その辺を調べるためだ。
何か掴んだのか。
えらく食いついてくるな。残念だが、確かなことは分かってない。夜は長い。他にも聞きたいことはあるか。
任務について聞いておきたい。
この頭数で正面からは挑めない。必然的に暗殺ってことになるな。ルイは王族殺しの大罪人だが、皮肉なことに民衆は必ずしも奴を嫌ってない。人間を討伐できる武力を持ってるからだ。軍が手を焼いてる間にルイが次々と勝って回ってる。奴もある意味怪物さ。お前より若い頃から天才軍師としても魔導士としても一目置かれていた。
そんな相手を俺たちだけで狙うのか。
国葬の人混みを利用するしかないだろうな。ルイだけは絶対に許すことはできない。必ず仕留める。
ま
Yeah, it's definitely not Vanillaware big boys, which are like just living mountains of flesh. Unless you're what's his name? Oswald? Shit, I can't remember his name. The Dark Knight. Alright, we got some more lore. Ooh, man! Unknown monsters with bizarre forms unlike any natural beast. Their bodies hold immense amounts of volatile magla? And they rampage through their surroundings indiscriminately. Despite their berserk nature marking little sign of intelligence, they can wield advanced magic beyond the grasp of all sentient beings. Many aspects of their biology and ecology remain a total mystery. Given their unnatural physical resilience, large specimens can wipe out entire armies. Although there have been sightings of humans since antiquity, actual encounters are incredibly rare, and they have long been dismissed as from being any real threat. However, recent years have seen them appearing with more rapid frequency across the Crown Islands, which has the people uneasy. Resonant vessels. When an archetype's power causes a transformation, the first stage is of that of the heart becoming a metallic object of unknown origin. To activate the power, the wielder must announce their determination and their hope for it. Must announce their determination and their hopes for it into their newly made heart, which urges the body to awaken. So it's a microphone rather than a speaker. This outcry is akin to the battle cries of heroes past, who were known to call upon archetypes in face of danger. It could be said that the transformation makes the wielder an ideal vision of themselves. The Prince's Curse. The lingering malevolent magic sustained by the Prince during his assault 12 years ago. At the time of the incident, great minds from all over the country attempted to break the curse, yet none was successful. Those who can see the flow of magla say it resembles poisonous briar vines entwined around the sleeping prince. Glassite mirror. A mysterious-looking glass with magic. Sorry. A mysterious-looking glass tinged with magic. Entrusted to Galcia by the Resistance for her secret mission. This pair of identical mirrors reflects the view of the other, no matter the distance separating them. Galicia possesses one half of the pair, while the other remains by the prince, allowing her to check in on his condition at any time. Okay, so that's definitely been fucked with, and we're being shown whatever they want to show us. Originally owned by the prince, it is a small item that is impossible to make with contemporary technology. Some believe it may in fact be a divine relic. A hidden village. A hidden village whose name and location are kept secret from the world. The prince, afflicted by a curse, is being sheltered and receiving treatment here. This is also where Nero and Galicia were issued their secret mission. Prince's assault. An assassination attempt on the prince 12 years ago. Assailants infiltrated the palace to attack the prince as he was sleeping, catching the royal guard by surprise with their sudden appearance within the secure grounds. Though these loyal guards gave panicked chase, they ultimately made a cataclysmic blunder. Not only did they allow the prince to be harmed, they failed to capture the assailants or even ascertain their identities. The assailant who made direct contact with the prince was a mage who fled the palace after casting a high-level curse. Thanks to the efforts of the royal healers, the prince avoided an untimely demise, but they were unable to free him from this affliction. According to the royal guards who fought the band of assassins, the only clue regarding the identity of the mage was they were patently not an adult. The assailant was able to arrange a sneak attack within the palace, had a masterful command of high-level curse magic, and the appearance of a child. By all accounts, the only person to match these unique criteria was Lewis, who was afterwards strongly condemned by all in the palace. However, no evidence could be found, and justice is still yet to be served. Grius. Ovid Grius, a veteran Roag warrior and resistance member alongside Nero and Galcia. He infiltrated the ranks of the army and has been working as a covert operative. Galicia was entrusted with delivering secret orders to him. Louis. A Clemar Royal Army officer of great renown who managed to become nobility at an exceptionally young age. He possesses extraordinary skills as both warrior and archmage, but even more highly regarded are his capabilities as military strategist, for which his superior insight and grasp of psychology has set him apart. His faculties as a young soldier were so shrewd that his own allies came to grow wary of him, calling him a monster in the making. He prizes rationality above all else, strictly adhering to the policy of appointing officers by their capabilities alone, without regard for tribe or origin. As a result, senior officials accuse him of trying to undermine tradition. However, he now wields an influence far beyond a typical officer. Many believe he will be the youngest person ever to be appointed the army's highest-ranking position of general. Mage, a general term for those who have good command over magic. Formally, it refers to those who have achieved a national qualification to professionally use magic. However, as many commoners have difficulty discerning those who are formally qualified, this catch-all term rose to prominence. There are several tiers to mage certification, with the majority being for lower-tier artisans, engineers, and soldiers, which limit the type and usage of magic. However, some professions have fewer restrictions, such as magic professors and healers. The higher the tier of certification, the more difficult it is to obtain. Few in the kingdom hold the highest tier, and one bearer alone can influence nations.
ん？そうだな。
そうか。
いいか。
There are things to be found during the camps. Which means we have to autistically check every campsite. Lovely. Not that I wouldn't anyway. We know how this works by now. Slow plays are us. Yeah, but it's like, how do you put it, Huff? It's when your paranoia is confirmed. That's worse than nothing actually being there. Because then you're friggin' justified. Yeah, we found the gold beetle or whatever, gold beetle? Yeah, I think. Actually, I just realized we've been going for over 3 hours. I'm gonna take a short break. I don't have any filler music Yes, I'm gonna go make myself a cup of coffee, exactly. I don't have any filler music to go, so you just get the sound of the crickets for the moment. But I will be back in a few minutes with a fresh cup of coffee, and we will push on. I don't go anywhere. Alrighty. Got a fresh cup of coffee. Let's get back to it.
眠れない？まああんなことがあったしね。でもできるだけ体は休めといてね。
But you're also awake?
眠くないんだけど。
正直私もそうだけどさ。実はね、さっき人間に襲われた時変な声が聞こえたんだ。あんたを導くことが私の役目だって。何だったんだろう。私さ、あんま導けてないよね。伝令任務だけって言っておいて、こんな危険な目に遭わせるつもりはなかったの。責任感じてる。
別に気にしてないよ。
ありがとう。私、戦いじゃ役に立てないけど、こうなった以上私なりに力になるから、あんたの霊の力当てにしてる。これからもよろしくね。そうだ、寝つけない時こそ本の出番じゃない？
Oh, we're going to read more of the book.
残念だけど、この世界は小説とは違う。戦いで魔法が飛び交う争いばかりの世界よ。だから今だけはその夢物語を楽しんで。おやすみ。
Oh, hi. What the fuck? What the fuck?
やあ、よく来たね。待っていたよ。
Oh, Koyasu.
どうやら面白い力を手にしたようだ。
You're Igor, I see.
やはり君は興味深い。ほう、君がその小説に心を馳せることでつながるみたいだな。自己紹介させてもらうよ。僕の名はモア。君が持つその本の作者さ。
Oh.
そしてここは僕の書斎だ。なかなかだろう。
Easy
ある力
key.
を研究するためにわざわざしつらえた知の伝道さ。アカデメイヤと僕は呼んでいる。だが僕は実はここから出られない。弾圧され閉じ込められたんだ。
Oh, actually, hang on. I need to. It's been so long since I've done console stuff. Oh god, I need to resync every now and again.
僕は幽閉の際に何かされたようで、ここが王国のどこなのかをどうしても思い出せない。
Oh, he's got Saint Quartz trapped in a thingy. Really is FGO.
外に声も届かず途方に暮れていたが、君が現れた。なぜだか君とだけは魔法を介して意識がつながるようだ。どうだ、僕と手を組まないか。
Oh, I mean, we kind of done it, but formally, Moore is voiced by Takahito Koyasu, whom we have already talked about substantially this stream and in many other streams.
手を組むって。
君には知りたいことがあるはずだ。例えば 君に目覚めた謎の力、あれは何なのか。あれこそが本来の魔法。魔導器なんか必要ない。人はその身に宿したマグラだけで姿さえも変えられるのさ。中でもあれは伝説とされる魔法の秘宝。僕はアーキタイプと呼んでいる。
アーキタイプ？
英雄的な美徳の心、英雄像を持つ者だけに現れるという変身の力だ。歴史に現れた英雄たちの中には半身のような姿で書き残された者が多くいる。
Wait, it is fate rules? We are the throne of heroes?
力を君ほど自在に扱ったという記述は見たことがない。君なら力を得ただけじゃなく極められるかもしれない。アーキタイプの究極、それはきっとこの世のあらゆる災い、どんなに恐ろしい邪竜をも打ち払う真の英雄の力だ。君がそうなってくれれば王国に理想を取り戻したいという僕の夢もきっと叶うだろう。君が力を使いこなせるようあらゆる知識と手助けを惜しまないつもりだ。どうだい、手を組んでもらえるか。
Yeah, Bishi Igor does indeed. That does seem to be an appropriate descriptor. Excuse me. Sorry.
Got 取引成立だな。
理想郷を追い求める研究者モア。彼こそ探求者の美徳を心に宿す者。彼との絆を育てることであなたに眠る新たな力が目覚めるでしょう。
君の綴る物語を見せてくれ。
This does have social links? Question mark, question mark, question mark? Okay, there's more going on here than that, it seems. More.
Kimiとは近いうちにまた会うだろう。大きな楽しみが増えたな。期待しているよ。国葬まであと5日。
着替えは済んだな。よし、ここからは隠密行動だ。王都まで誰にも見つからないように戻る必要がある。そこでこの先の山林を突っ切ってそこから廃鉱山の坑道を使って抜ける。
それならこっそり王都までつけそうね。
ではお前が先行する実戦訓練だ。
Sorry.
例の力にも実戦で慣れておけ。
そういえばグライアス、あの力について何か知ってそうだったけど。
あれは正しい道を歩む者だけが使える力と聞いている。昔任務中に存在を知る機会があってな。初めは半信半疑だったが、その片鱗を見せられて確かな力だと感じた。なんとか手にできないかと研究も修練も重ねたが、俺には届かなかった。
グライアスにもそんな時代があったんだな。
忘れるなよ。お前は少しでもおかしな真似をしたら殺す。
覚悟の上だ。
見張っているからな。
分かってる。信用しろ。
では迷わないよう正しい道筋を確認するぞ。
ここ
それなら
よし。
よせ。
いいか。
ここだな。
油断するな。
Can we do anything else while we're on the map? Doesn't seem so.
今ここだね。
I
ここだね。
don't believe so, Half. I don't know. There could be. I've intentionally not looked into it. I don't know. Now that you mention it, I'm uncertain. Yes, because we have a map indicator. But it is indicating both black and white. That's a good it's a good point though, because like we've had a lot of conversation choices, and it could be that those could be like chaos or law.
今ここだね。
ここだな。
油断するな。よし。
ノルド廃鉱山。オートの北西に位置するマグラ結晶の鉱山である。オートから近い利便さを買われ、盛んに発掘が行われていたが、近年政教府からの急の達しで閉山が言い渡された。一行は森を抜け、今や人気を失った鉱山への林道へ踏み入っていく。
It could also be intentionally done to fuck with us and make us operate off of certain assumptions. Could be the double bluff.
どうした？
いや。
油断するな。
あれ見て。
Herbs. This is a JRPG, which means they're jerk burbs.
Yeah. 行くぞ。
進むわよ。
どうした？
We got more lore, apparently. Nord Mines. A mine dug in the hills of North... Let's start that sentence again. A mine dug in the hills of northwest... Uchronia. Due to the abundance of high-quality magla crystals, the mining efforts had long been run under the king's direct authority. However, some sort of catastrophic accident took place several years ago, costing many lives, and the mine was temporarily closed until the cause of the incident could be removed. However, the mine remains shuttered even now, and they're generally thought of as abandoned. Nevertheless, an ample magla vein still remains, and the mine's entrance was never sealed off. The past years have seen a reliable influx of daredevils who come seeking their instant fortune in the mine's remaining prizes. which has led to its own associated problems. Archetype. A mysterious power that Nero has awakened to. Shining magla engulfs the entire body, transforming it into a giant figure reminiscent of a hero. It seems to be a sort of magic, but clearly not the same kind as the igniters issued by the army. Everything about it deviates from what is commonly known of magic. Academia. A mysterious room described by Moore as a hall of wisdom, reminiscent of a researcher's study. The chamber is filled with all manner of objects rarely seen elsewhere, from books containing secret knowledge regarding archetypes to forbidden texts and tools, which accurately map the movement of the stars among countless others. More. An enigmatic young man imprisoned in a peculiar study called Academia. He first contacted Nero during a particularly trying moment by somehow linking their consciousnesses. Though he is undoubtedly an ally, many mysteries surround him, such as his knowledge that igniters are not essential to magic, or his profound expertise on archetypes. So, with that, where's the... Is the Elder can use magic without a device, right? That's why everyone is scared of them, yeah? Which do we have? We don't actually have the information on the Roags yet. I'm curious as to what their actual identifying feature is. That one's also Roag. It seems to be they've got, like, the facial tattoos, but that could just be a thing. Wolves hunting packs arisen. Huh. That's kinda nuts. I do appreciate that they have a, like, weak foe delete thing, but goddamn. Yeah, but can I, like... Manual? I have control? Okay, so the XP difference is pretty... Like, that battle was like 15 XP or whatever it was with the no damage bonus, and like, slaughtering the wolves was worth like 6 XP for all the wolves, so... The kill weak foes is definitely... The, like, XP returns on it is not large. Did another Persona game do something like that? Where, like, you had to, like, actually... Like, they had the character had to, like, trust you before you could give them direct orders? I'm sure that was a thing somewhere. That, or it was a thought I had at some point that would be a cool mechanic. It may have been just something I had thought about at some point that would make a cool mechanic. He's like, that at least makes it's a good in-game justification, like, for why you're not able to give them orders directly. Because they don't trust you yet, which is fair enough. You don't know them that well. They don't know you that well. And then as, like, the characters' relationships develop as time goes on, then you unlock the ability to give them direct orders. It's also good for just from a game design standpoint, reducing the complexity on the player initially and then allowing for greater complexity as time goes on. However, most, like, JRPG veterans are gonna just want full control of the party. Very good on that. Now, the cash money items, I assume we're safe to just sell all. The problem is if it has a, like a sub-quest system like the Persona games, and occasionally some side quests want you to hand in, these kind of items. Yeah, it feels like the AI controlled thing feels like a discussion we had during P3. Which would make sense. That would be very on topic there. Oh.
簡単にやられはしない。負けるか。加減はしない。風よ。このまま追い詰める。その息だ。はあ。大丈夫。シーカー。突きやれろ。残り一つ。手本にせよ。負けるか。うら。風よ。
長いお無用だ。行くぞ。敵はまだ残ってる。警戒を緩める。
一気に攻めて。押し切った。今だ。攻撃が弱点だね。一気に決めて。
甘かった。
往生際が悪い。
The problem is P3 just ended up with Marin Karan Senpai.
るしかないな。
兵隊相手は初めてだけど迷ってられない。突きやれろ。
なんだ俺。
見たことねえぞあんなの。
魔導機じゃねえのか。
Now it's just full AI controlled.
防御を固める。
くらえ。行くぜ。
Oof! Ouch!
体力の残り少ないよ。回復急いで。
王者の魂をここに。
大詰めを頼む。
往生際が悪い。
おとなしくしな。
負けるか。
来やがれ。
てっはっ残った。
てくらえ。
容赦しねえぞ。
守る。
何か来そうだぞ。
はあ。覚悟しな。来るのか。
Oh yeah, preventing like weakness exploitation was always important.
こっちの番だぜ。おとなしくしな。やべえ。
加減はしない。風よ。
残した。
Oh.
一息か。こいつ。来やがれ。
Forward and back row usually don't mean anything. Unless it's like a gimmick fight. Actually, ascertaining how those soldiers are is, I think, a pretty decent question. Like, if they're after us specifically, then we're already in trouble, which is a problem. If they're not after us specifically, then why are they out here? Hey, grandson, how's it going? Huh. It's not every day you see a script use the word blokes. It's a very Aussie term. Oh! Thanks very much for the sub, grandson. Very much appreciated. Especially at the moment, Jesus Christ. I've had a whole bunch of dental issues. Money go poof.
おすすめだよ。
Oop, that one. There we are. I'm enjoying it quite a lot so far. The world and the lore is quite interesting. The character's good. The music is great. The mechanics are. Well, it's an Atlas game. I don't mean that as a disparaging comment, but like, if you understand how the press turn system works, you'll be at home here. I'll buy an extra, it's gonna, like, wipe out most of our money, but I will buy an extra revive item just to be safe. I'm still unsure on whether I should sell the quote-unquote sellables. The music is really Strange Journey, which I fucking love the Strange Journey soundtrack. Now, I've got bad memories of mines. Xenoblade has a really shitty mine early on. East 1 has a really nasty mine early on. Let's see how we go. Final Fantasy 12 has a really crap mine early on. Funnily enough, the Mithril mine in Final Fantasy VII was pretty alright. It was a bit too long in the tooth in Rebirth, though. Went on for a bit too long. What? Yeah, there's something, like, big going on here. What the fuck? Why don't I just leave? God damn it. One day, I am going to be allowed to just leave, and that'll... Oh. They're trash! I did not expect them to be trash. We haven't even, like, fought that enemy type before.
一件落着だな。よし、敵はもういないな。
Like, I appreciate the trash mechanic, but I feel like we shouldn't be, like, already instant killing things. What the fuck is going on? Like, we haven't... do it... Yes, technically, we are a, like, assassination squad out to kill Lewis, but he doesn't know that. Nobody knows that. We're just a couple of schlubs. We haven't even done anything worthwhile. The old man, maybe, I guess? Maybe he has more of a reputation? But the fort itself was attacked by humans.
俺たち以外に生き残りなんて砦に行かなかったあんたしか考えられないからな。
まさか3人も生き残り近くの兵たちまで倒すとはな。
Oh, unless the humans are being inflicted upon the fort by people?
誰も生き残らない予定だったか。貴様、あそこに人間が現れると知っていたな。
前から目撃情報が多かったからな。餌を増やしてさせてたのさ。もっとも到着する前から暴れていたのは想定外だったがな。
みすみす死にに行かせたのか。何のためだ。
Yeah, please give me your all my evil plans.txt.
国軍では人間に勝てない。その無力な現実を民にはっきり分からせる必要があるのだ。
軍の評判が下がることで得をする輩がいるわけだ。お上の兵隊は頼りにならない。お助けを救世主様ってな。
I mean, look, that he's going about it in a really shit way, but there is at least logic to what he's saying.
救世主。こいつまさかルイの手下か。
民は哀れなほどに愚かだ。このくらいやらねば王国の救い主が誰なのか理解できない。
そんなことのために。
But yeah, this is the problem. Your method of making people aware of the threat is feeding innocent lives into the grinder. That's no good.
今に始まったことではない。新兵どころか村一つを見捨てて人間に滅ぼさせたこともあるわ。
村を見捨てただと。まさかお前ら。7年前6月最初の火の曜日、北の丘陵でハリアという村が滅んだ。
ああ、そんな名前だったかもしれんな。
俺はな、クリンゲル。俺はその村の生き残りだ。
動くな。助けて。貴様らは誘い込まれたのだ。
This relies on us being good people. We don't know these miners.
ここだけ計算済みよ。
どこまでも腐ってやがる。貴様のようなクズ、命に変えても許さん。
汝遺恨に焼かれし人に憂いを抱える旅人に、あなたもまた道を選ぶ時です。汝王道を照らす輝ける星よ、目覚めなさい。
これは
なんだ。おのれ、上様に見捨てられればもはや行き場はない。こんなところでしくじるわけにはいかんのだ。
Oh! Counter awakening! What?
現実だと。力ある者が義務を果たさず、罪なき者が死んでいく。そんなものが現実なら、俺が全部壊してやる。うわ我が名はレオンストロール・ダ・ハリエイタス。民も領地も家族すらも今はない。残ったものはただ一つ、この身に流れる貴族の血。貴様ら悪を打ち滅ぼす尊き者の使命だけだ。
That was pretty great, actually. Also sick design. Damn.
彼にまで同じ力が？だったら導いてあげて。
なんだか知らんが、そのような脅しに負けるものか。
Yeah, that was fucking cool. That was probably cooler than the MC's awakening, I'll be honest. The problem is everybody's awakening has to beat the P3 awakening. The Orpheus Thanatos awakening. No one's ever beating that. That's the coolest fucking awakening. When you awaken so hard, you double awaken. Hey, Geki, how's it going?
この魔導機の力で焼き払ってやる。お前たち、俺を守れ。
部下を盾に保身に走るか。いよいよ本性を隠さなくなってきたな。ふさわしい目に合わせてやる。
魔導機の力は強力だ。大将間違うな。危ないと思ったら防御を固めてやり過ごせ。
Oh, I have control?
行くぞ。突きやれろ。知らずとめ。死ね。負けるか。
Yeah. He literally awakened. He's no longer an NPC. He's no longer an AI. I don't think that was intentional, but...
大丈夫。王者の魂をここに。まだ耐える。死ね。死ね。はあ。ファイター。
Fighter.
恥ずかしくない戦いをするこの力で。食らえ。最善を尽くさないと王者の力この身に宿れ。死ね。シーカー風よ。さてファイター叩き切る。往生際が悪い。死ね。死ね。かな王者の魂をここに。突きやれろ。残った。
逃がさん。ルイ様。
悪くないな。いい手応えだ。よし、成長したぜ。
バカな。
I'm enjoying the game quite a lot so far, Kyoteki. That's to no one's surprise, I should say, but indeed it has been very good thus far.
士官にまでこんな狂信者が生まれているとは。
俺も魔導機なしでこんな力を。
こいつと同じか。お前たちは一体。
俺はレオン・ストロール。ただの田舎貴族だ。クリンゲルが言ってたろ。人間に襲われた村を見捨てたことがあるってな。俺はその村、ハリアの領主の息子だ。今さら合点が言ったよ。道理で早馬を送っても助けが来なかったわけだ。あの悲劇がルイの策略のせいだというなら絶対に許せない。俺にも理由ができた。もう成り行きでついていくわけじゃない。改めてお願いする。俺を仲間にしてくれ。
グライアス、どう？
こっからは見張りの手間が少しは省けるか。
認めてくれるんだな。お前たちも構わないか。
よろしく、兄弟。
兄弟。まあいつでも俺を頼ってくれていい。改めてよろしくな。
誇り高き貴族ストロール。彼こそ戦士の美徳を心に宿す者。 彼との絆を育てることで、あなたに眠る新たな力が目覚めるでしょう。
Oh, actually, good point, good point. We need the moral decency filter. Lewd hand holding. No good. Not acceptable for Twitch. Extremely detailed hand holding, yeah. Nothing is more lewd than hand holding. We're infecting everybody. Oh! Ha! Now she's infected. Welcome to the mad world.
驚いたな。ここへ迷い込んでくるとは。
That is a good point, Kota. They are wearing protection. It was very lewd, but it should at least not end in pregnancy.
妖精か。もはや滅んだと思っていたが、エルダの里ではまだ生きているのか。
うわ、何その失礼な言い草。
思っていたより早い再会になったね。まさか君以外にまで新たな目覚めが。これは奇跡か。仲間の彼が得た力、あれもアーキタイプの一つのようだ。
So if the old man doesn't awaken soon, he is 300% dead.
アーキタイプを本来の魔法だと言ったこと覚えてるかい？
まあ大体は。
例えば君はエルダ族だね。社会の鼻つまみ者。ひどい話だ。君の背負う定めだな。
I don't know if it's like, because the way the music magic is described, I don't know if it's the fairy like projecting specific tracks or if it's based off of your like mental circumstance.
誰しも定めに苦しむ。でもその恐れや不安こそ自分に眠る力だ。向き合い従えてしまえば未来など自由に選べる。そして人々は苦難の中でそれを体現して見せた者の生き様を英雄譚として語り継いでいく。仲間の彼にも定めとそれゆえに信じる道や美徳があった。だから君を見て目覚めたんだ。君を守るためのアーキタイプにね。
ちょっと、あんた誰？どこまで知ってんの？言っとくけど、彼に手出したら承知しないから。
ほう、ずいぶんつながりが深いんだな。
まあ、最初はそうでもなかったけど、今じゃ運命共同体だし、心の奥でつながってんのでしょ？
そうだな。
私、お互い背中預ける関係っていう、そういう覚悟なんだからね。
神秘の妖精ガリカ、彼女こそ 魔術師の美徳を心に宿すもの。
Yeah, Igor's pretty hard to top. Unfortunately, OG Igor's voice actor passed away a few years back.
彼女との絆を育てることで、あなたに眠る新たな力が目覚めるでしょう。
あんたを迷わせない。これが私の役目。今のって。
興味深いな。
It's interesting that they're specifically like referring to job classes as the like hero like how to put it? It's hero archetypes, and the whole setup is like the world of story. So them matching all the regular like job type archetypes of fantasy games words. I'm not sure where I'm going with that line of thought, but there is a line of thought building there.
今ので分かったろ？君は他者の覚悟ある生き様に触れることで新たな力にできる。そして自分や仲間たちがどんなアーキタイプで戦うかを選び使い分けることさえもできる。例えばそう、もう一人の連れの眼帯の男。どうやら彼はアーキタイプについて鍛錬した経験があるようだ。
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Kota. The two designs we've seen so far are great.
ものにならなかったんだろう。だが君が望むなら正しく目覚めさせることができる。
So yeah, Xeon, we'll be almost certainly transitioning into the full game on tomorrow night's stream. So if you want to see that, feel free to tune in then. At the same time, if you're intending to play it yourself, you might want to dodge it for spoiler reasons.
グライアスも同じ力使えるようになるってこと？
探求者のアーキタイプの特性。いや、君自身の特性。
The game, I believe, launches here in about 18 hours.
早速試してみようじゃないか。
It'll be a bit later in the rest of the world.
これはね。では。 これだ。
Oh boy. We're just going straight match.
さあ。
You think that's bad, Kota? Fucking... Can we get to it without breaking the game? $115 for the base game. $160 for the collector's digital anniversary edition, whatever you want to call it. $160. Fuck. That is a few burgers. Quite a few. No, I won't be buying that version. I guarantee you that. We should probably, like, do the... It feels weird switching him to a mage type, but at least... It does our spread better. It's just straight up Tarukaja. Oh! MP restoration. That could be bloody useful. Might unlock mage for the MC as well. These awakening sequences are pretty good. I want to keep the MC cooking on Seeker for at least one more level so he gets Tarukaja. Royal virtues. Kitty? Well, you can pat the kitty.
この猫は
おいで。
Ah!
それはただ
これ
見てくれ。うん。
待って。
また。
Interesting. I mean, like, let's go back to this one more time. I wish I had that much of a beard. One day I will be full Gandalf. One day. Cool hat too, yes, yes please. Always appreciate a good hat.
.ゆっくりしていくといい。何を知りたいんだい？うん。何を知りたいんだい？うん。何を知りたいんだい？うん。何を知りたいんだい？どうやら何を知りたいんだい？気になるかい？
Ah, I see. The kitty is a super boss. The kitty has awoken.
これはね、
Pattern touch. Okay. Well, at that point, though, Kota, is it a Persona game or is it a SMT game? SMT Sona. Alrighty then. Jesus. Woof. Whoa. Okay. Some of those look quite nasty. Quite nasty indeed. The Book of the Apocalypse?
それは。いいか？
何これ？
それは。いいか？
I mean, if we were talking physical editions, a physical art book would be perfectly justifiable for an increased price cost. Yeah, that's a not unknown mechanic. Yeah, digital art book is not worth that kind of a price increase. as I was saying before as well, like, the physical version of the game is $99. The digital version of the game is $115. Oh, damn. The menu came alive. That's pretty fucking cool, actually. I quite like that. Oh no, there is a quest tracker. There's gonna be... Bring me 20 bear asses. It's a calendar. Match. Minuscule fragments of Malga crystals that accumulate in the bodies of animals and magical beings in areas where Malga is dense. Though they are often of little use to ordinary citizens, there is a system in Grand Trad where people can sell their fragments. As a result, some people, like soldiers, whose work gives them ample opportunity to leave the city, carry a bag to collect them instead of throwing them away. Halia, a mountain village governed by the house Haliatus, the family of Leon Stroll. Not wishing to partake in the extravagant lifestyle of most nobles, Stroll's parents were modest in their governance and considerate to their people. However, when a human suddenly attacked 7 years ago, the village was reduced to rubble after petitions for the state army's aid went unanswered. Stroll's parents lost their lives saving their son and their people. Today, the village remains uninhabited, no trace of its former self remaining. On Galcia? Galisa? Galisa tried to stay resolute as Nero's chaperone, but as he gets involved in unexpectedly intense battles, she begins to doubt her role in the grand scheme of things. However, with the fairy's unique ability to detect anxiety, she does her best to help the protagonist in whatever way she can. On Stroll, the son of the noble family of Halia, a village that was destroyed by a human. Now he has lost his home and family, and has only his pride to redeem himself from the shallowness of his past self. Captain Killinger. The captain in charge of new recruits at the recruitment center, a short, portly, unsoldierly man, called an incompetent fool by Stroll after an attack on the fort led him to order the new recruits to the front lines in a panic, or so he made it seem. In actuality, he's a fevered supporter of Lewis and had always planned to take a mass of new recruits to die at the hands of humans in order to demonstrate his support of Lewis's assertions. Plateau. Moore's pet cat who lives in Academy are with him. He doesn't necessarily resemble the animals called cats that exist elsewhere. Strange charm hanging around his neck, a type of magic igniter, according to Moore, allows for visions of him to be projected outside of Academia. Okay, the cat's going to appear in the real world? Traveling peddler. Merchants who travel from downtown selling regional specialties from across the kingdom at higher markup. They are invariably veteran travelers, even willing to explore caves and other places where the world's monsters are most likely to lurk. Their sense of adventure and the rarity of their goods often inspire awe in those who have never ventured outside their town's borders. You didn't really need to justify shops, but alright.
先ほども言ったが、どうも君は特別だ。力に目覚める者たちが自然と集うことになるだろう。君が力の系譜をはるか頂点まで極めていくためには、より多くのアーキタイプを得て、それらを結集させる必要がある。
Are we going to become a hero of justice?
なぜなら英雄とは孤立していては異端者に過ぎないからだ。多くを救うには多くの人の多くの力とつながらなければならない。人々のために多様な英雄の力を目覚めさせた者だけが真の意味で未来を選べる王者となるだろう。今後は君が自らの意志で僕を訪ねてくるという例の僕の本を開いてここの景色を強く思い浮かべることだ。そうすればまた意識がつながるだろう。僕はいつだって君の行く道を見守っているよ。
あれ、ここは。
どうしたんだ二人とも。突然ぼーっとして。
ぼーっと？私たちってずっとここにいた？
実は俺も何やら妙な感じだ。急に感覚が冴えてきたというか、昔魔法を修練していた頃を思い出すな。
それって じゃあさっきのは現実なんだ。グライアス、それ多分彼の影響よ。魔法って里で鍛えてたんでしょ。その時に形にならなかった技を目覚めさせたっていうか。
なんだと？にわかには信じられんが。
That's not normal. The Velvet Room isn't usually explained to the others.
正直私たちもよくわかってないの。でも多分グライアスも同じ力が使えるようになったと思う。
You have been infected with our justice powers.
この感じ、確かにそうらしい。一度は諦めた魔法の力が今になってか。よし、気合を入れ直して進むぞ。まだ入り口を越えたばかりだ。それと戦闘ではお前に指示を仰ぐとしよう。細かく手ほどきを受けている暇はないのでな。
俺も頼む。我流で行くより。
Yeah, okay, so it was basically plot reasons that we couldn't give them combat orders.
国葬まであと5日だ。もうあまり日がない。
For now, we'll definitely stick with manual control.
見て。
どうした？
We didn't kill him so good.
確かに。
Huh.
必ず。
おすすめだよ。
Oh. Machete. Again, I'm worried about, like... selling these off and then... getting screwed over by the fact that we've done so.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Well, I'll hold on to that one, definitely. Because it was, I think P3 had Elizabeth requests that wanted, like, rare cash money items. I don't think you could, like, miss out on them, but if you sold them, you'd have to go back and re-farm them. Oh, that's our social stats? Kingly stats? Royal virtues, there's the game has a term for it. Actually, given the game, it might be better. Can I go up to... yeah, I can go up to a lot. 16. Alright, we probably use all 16 slots.
それなら気をつけろ。
先制攻撃だ。英雄の力燃えろ。残り一つ。
ファイターうら自由かやれるようになってきたのかな。よし新しい力だ。
これでもう近くに敵は残ってないね。
せい
お、いいもの拾ったな。
これじゃ戦闘は避けられない。
一気に攻めて
先手必勝だ。
の好きな場所へやるぞ。燃えろ。
意外と楽勝だったな。
敵はまだ残ってるわ。気を抜かないで。これじゃ戦闘は避けられなさそうね。
セットよしどうや押し切った。そのままだ。
英雄の力。
貴族として
手加減はなしだ。叩き切る。残り一つ。自由な行くぞ。
いけるよ。
突きやれろ。強い。
残り1体。
Has it got balls on its chin? The ball chinian?
いつもこう行きたいもんだ。よし、うまくいった。
近くにまだ残ってる。注意しろ。
キャッキャッ一気に攻める。キャッやキャッ
なかなかのものだ。
キャッキャッテ
いい感じね。
キャッキャッ
Go for the deep cut Men in Black references.
キャッキャッよし動きが通る。
一気に仕留めるぞ。
Do these guys have a weakness that we have? They are weak to ice. We do not have ice. Recovered from stun. That's not acceptable. Good. This is a March to Death game. But holy shit! The main character just got murked!
使うほどでもない。えい、お詰めを頼む。
貴族として。
残り一つ。
こんなとこだな。
いけるよ。
熱い。やるぞ。違うな。マジシャン、燃えろ。
グライアスがやけど状態。これじゃ余計に体力が削られて。
思ったより苦戦したな。
Wait, you still get XP? Oh, you're not dead. Interesting. You get back up. Also, fire doesn't wear off.
耐えてみせる。負けるか。クソ。
These snakes are a problem.
覚悟はいいか。叩き切る。王者の魂をここに突きやれろ。あと一つ。よし、
その調子だよ。
ってくる。
大丈夫？回復を優先して。
程度チェ英雄の力ラジシャ使うほどでもないか。ラジシャ終えろ。
ファイターキリスト思ったより耐える。
誰か手当てを。
まだ死ね。傭兵の質こそ舐めるなよ。
回復を優先して。そんなにやられてちゃ。
使える。
We just game over?
爆炎。こんなことでは示しがつかない。
片付いたか。
Okay, everybody gets back up. Not just the MC. Hard mode decided. Alright, you set the game to hard mode. About that. We are indeed playing on hard. Hence why regular enemy packs are nearly wiping us.
最善を手加減はなしだ。やれやれ。はあ、往生際が悪い。はずかこの力で。この調子でいこう。
気をつけて。まだいるわよ。
セッキャッギャッキャッこのまま押し切り込め。キャッセッセイ。
気をつけて。敵に見つかったよ。
キャッギャッ。
They go to sleep again after a while, or? Dang it.
このくらいのことで。こいつ。
傭兵のしつこさを舐めるなよ。
無理はしないで。
やるぞ。終えろ。
貴族として王者の力、この身に破れ。はあ、叩き切る。残り2つ。大丈夫、やれるよ。シーカー風よ。
ラジシャ爆炎気を抜くな。
正義のためこの剣を振る。防御して様子見だ。
足を染みわせま、こんなものだ。
悪くないな。また強くなったよ。もらっとこう。
Wait, what? They're now classified as trash? I am confused by how this game determines things.
成長しているのか。こっちより強い敵はいないみたい。
一気に攻めるか。
よくやった。やるぞ。やるぞ。爆炎。魔物を押し込め。
さて、どうす悪は正す。蹴り捨てる。あと一息か。
自由な旅人の力を。
最後まで油断大敵だもよろしくな。
氷結。
Okay, there we go. Having their actual weakness helps. We just had to learn it.
挑む相手を間違えたな。片付いたか。これで安全になった。
I didn't actually look what the difficulty setting does. I probably should have.
どうする？まさか。
I'm curious about a few things. Did we make much in the way of... I forget what we picked up from in here. Blue moss, I think I saw. Grand iron, I think I saw.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Definitely do not underestimate the hard mode. Lessons learned.
反撃の隙などを耐え気は逃さん。出し惜しみはせん。
よし、次も自信を持っていこう。
気をつけて、まだいるわよ。
このまま仕留めるぞ。
先制攻撃だ。
防御際が悪い。
マジシャン、これ気を抜くな。
サイズいつもこう行きたいもんだ。こんなとこだな。よし、この力なら。
Increases attack increases further if archetypes of the same lineage are present. Interesting. So that is encouraging like skill stacking in a sense, or like archetype stacking. Wasn't there something about it, passively restoring MP? Back in the Chamber of Knowledge.
先手だ。
やるぞ。氷結。
貴族として
手加減はなしだ。切り捨てる。もう少しだ。
落ち着いていこう。この力で。風よ。残った。
行くぞ。終えろ。とどめは任せた。
すごいや。
ファイター。
挑む相手を間違えたな。よし。
俺の力もまだ足りるか。大島。
もう敵はいないわ。安全になったみたい。
見ろ。
楽勝よ。
このまま押し切る。よし、いいぞ。どうする？
A point worth looking into. How did we change? Archetype on the fly.
Magician!
さ
It's definitely working. Oh, was it to do with like whacking enemies on the world map? Ow! Can I do a bat and touch? How do I... Okay, no, we were already on a half. Okay. Where did it say the... Oh, yeah, magic recovery. Yeah, each time an enemy is stunned or defeated in the overworld. Can be purified at a church? What's that about, then? Ooh, nice. wonder if there's like a set bonus for the miner's gear. Multi-kill.
このまま押し切る。来る。
Don't know what these bonus attacks are that come out sometimes.
王者の魂をここに。最善を尽くさないとな。
No worries, Kota, take it easy.
切り捨てる。もう少しだ。慌てることマジシャン。爆炎。気を抜くな。すまない。フライアス。燃えろ。
But we don't have the Seeker equipped. We are currently a mage. I guess probably the Seeker was like increased chance rather than gives chance. Do not want to get ambushed by these guys. They kinda suck.
落ち着いていこう。先よろしく。正義のファイター。叩き切る。よろしく。マジシャン。これ。大丈夫。やった。手加減はなしだ。
The anti-MC hate boner.
正義ファイター。往生際が悪い。
God damn it.
マジシャン。氷結。
敵はあらかた倒した。
どうする。 このくらいのことで熱い。
That's a Mataru Kaja moss.
加減はしない。炎よ。強い。
Unfortunately, having taken the old man out first, we're kind of boned. Feet? I assume we get punished for cheating. There's a very long demo wiki, yes. Well.
やはり幻想は無力な作り物か。
Okay. Yeah, Curse Not, how's it going? Well, as for the full game, I expect it to be like 100-ish, 100, 120 hour, fairly normal for Atlas. The issue as well is like I don't want to retry the fight at the disadvantage. I've not got any dropped frames. And that's pretty normal hard mode for these sort of games. Either you win the fight overwhelmingly or you die. Might take a quick nip back to the shop and pick up some more gear. Yeah, that is restoring MP. Which via slow MP restoration we can eventually like cast more heals off the MC. Oh, that's the wrong button.
うする？あの場所へ。
やあ。なるほど、興味深い。これはね、いいか？
頼んだ。
もちろん。
任せておけ。なるほど、この技なら。
なるほど、興味深い。これはね、いいか？
頼んだ。
もちろん。
なるほど。この技があれば。
おや？またか。
The ability to, like, restore MP off of smacking bitches in the overworld is, seems very good.
簡単にやられはしない。
使えるというなら。
先を急ごう。
まだ敵がいるよ。
みんな備えて。
まだ死ねん。
覚悟はいいか？
やるぞ。氷結。とどめは任せた。
マジさん、氷よ。この調子でいこう。片付いたか。これで
Obviously, the trade-off is you've got to be, like, not shit. And not getting hit while in the overworld, and then it'll be all gravy all the way down. MP management tends to be the sticking point of pretty much all early game Atlas difficulty anyway.
どうする？シーカー。
Yeah, if anyone else is having, like, technical issues, let me know. Because if it's more than one person, then I might need to look into it.
簡単にやられはしない。
熱い。
覚悟はいいか。いやダメだ。
英雄の力氷結。このまま行くぞ。
王者の魂をここに。あと2つ。貴族として手加減はなしだ。叩き切る。仕上げだ。やるね。ストロール。
Wait, what? Oh my god, it lived on like 1 HP.
よし、俺たちの勝利だ。
やけどか。戦闘に響いてもまずい。すまんが回復を頼む。
どうする？
そうだ。
なあ。へえ。
よし。
Checkpoints always useful.
それにしても
確かに。
じゃあ
Do they just loop?
それにしても
Yeah.
確か
じゃあ
Well, actually, it's been 6 hours since we started the stream, so I'm going to take a short break and I'm going to go make myself another cup of coffee. I will be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, I'm back. Do appreciate that, like, hard mode actually started, you know, kicking us in a bit. But, like, some of it's just like, if you get jumped, you're just gone. Whole party wiped. Oh, actually, I need to... How's audio now, by the way, now that we've had a bit of a time to be kicking around? Cool. Oh. Ooh, man.
なんだこんなの見たことないぞ
あれはマグラの結晶かだが何か様子がおかしいそういえば聞いたことがある人気のない土地では触れたものを狂わせ危険な結晶が見つかることがあると
それ迷信じゃなかったの確かにまがまがしさで溢れてるけど
その怪物普通じゃないまさか人間の一種か
この動きまるで結晶を守ってるような
来るぞ
ファイターシリステル
慌てること英雄の力を燃えろ
落ち着きシーカー突きやれろ
Okay, so now... Does that mean we just need to step everyone back?
後方へ下がるはあ叩き切る
さてどうするか使えるというならこれ
さすがグライアス
大丈夫
弱点に
遠距離になる
シーカー支援するよ
恩に着る正義のために
王者の力この身に宿れ
That's exactly what that meant.
氷結
恥ずかしくない戦いを進めるよ他のやり方は
シーカー風よ
貴族として
前に出るぞ悪は正す
慌てる英雄の力
大丈夫やり加減はしない
立て直す
助かる
覚悟はいいか叩き切る
使えるというなら
さすがグライアス
落ち着いていこう
弱点に命中
最善を尽くさないとな。くそ、何か策は。
マジシャン、これ
I feel like there needs to be a way to class change mid-battle. It feels like it's got wanting that kind of a system.
自由な加減はしない。そうじゃない。王者の魂をここに。これを。さすがだな。
I suppose at that point it would just be everyone is wildcard persona. I unironically really like the battle system in Final Fantasy X too. I think it's the best implementation of the ATB system that they've ever done.
ちょっと待った。
さて、どうするか。ファイター。思ったより耐える。残念だったな。
紙一重で回避ね。
出し惜しみをせん。
さすがグライアス。
落ち着いていこう。前へ。ふっ、やっぱまだ耐える。
傷距離を詰める。手加減はなしだ。あと一
俺
息
が本使えるというな。
こんなとこだな。よし、成長したぜ。
また一つ強くなったようだ。
この結晶は何なんだろう。まがまがしさに怪物も引き寄せられていたのかも。危なそうだし壊しといた方が良さそうね。
いろいろ気にはなるが、ここで考えても仕方がない。今はとにかく先に進もう。
まさか。
Our MP situation is a little dire.
どうする？
マジシャン。
I should unlock Magician for Stroll, so he can also benefit from the MP restoration. Actually, hang on. That sounds like a legitimate plan.
Na.
くつろいで言ってくれ。なるほど、興味深い。これはね、いいか？
頼んだ。
もちろん。
新たな技だ。
We just need to be careful not to pick fights.
なるほど、興味深い。これはね、いいか？
頼んだ。
もちろん。
任せておけ。まだまだ学びはあるということだ。
おや？また来る。
行こう。
It's like we don't really want to be going into a fight with like a triple mage. That's gonna get us our shit kicked in. Also, the mage on-world attack is a bit.
このまま押し切る。
こいつは
Dragon.
見ろ。どうだ。いいか。
でも
行くぞ。慌てるな。
気をつけて。
Mandatory stealth section? How, like, sensitive is it? Seems fairly reasonable about it. But the thing is, it's like... Don't fight the dragon, which means I want to fight a dragon.
見ろ。なんだ。
これって。
おいおい。
いいか。
走って。
You know what? I'm curious. I'm gonna roll that back. I want to see if we can fight a dragon. Because the thing is, if it's got a weakness that we can exploit as such.
今から
Ah, shit, that. God damn it. God damn it. The autosave fucked us. I've still got my other save I can roll back to. It's fine. We saved after we'd just done the class unlock. Now it's dragon, right? Is it a fire dragon? Because if it is, can I just go in with like 3 level 2 mages and drop ice on it? Though we're gonna need MP if we want to drop ice on it. And he needs to be a level 2 mage. Alright, hang on. I'm making assumptions here as well. This is... We do have that item that'll let it... I don't feel right not going World of Strength, but it's... I just don't know.
のまま押し切る。
大丈夫か？少し減ってるぞ。
一気に攻める。
回復しなくて大丈夫か？
The other question is hard mode going to make it near impossible to beat? I'm abusing these overworld fights for both XP and MP management. There we go. Level 2 mage. That's a Snex, isn't it? We don't need to... That's just gonna consume MP. Something like that, 1 or 2. It's not a lot, but it is passive MP restoration. Well, passive. No, it's active MP restoration, but... Okay. In before, it's like Ice or Lightning Dragon. I'm just making very bad assumptions that are gonna bite me in the ass.まさか戦う道を選ぶとはな。度胸があるのか楽天家なのか言っておくが首を取れるなんて思うな。ドラゴンを甘く見すぎというものだ。とはいえ幸いこいつはそこまで大型の個体じゃない。追い払うくらいなら何とかできるかもしれん。いいか、相手の行動を見極める。危険な攻撃が来ると感じたら防御を固めてやり過ごせ。こんな場所で命を捨てるなよ。行くぞひよっこども。
ドラゴンだろうと
悪はただ
にはひるんでられないわよ。
氷の力だ。
弱点に命中。
行くぞ氷よ手加減はなしだ
Depends on how nasty its attacks are. Okay. I should have come in fully healed. That was a mistake.
王者の魂をここに貴族手加減はなしだ
やるぞ出し惜しみません
本物の真髄を見せてやるそれありがたい
借りができたな
悪は正す
慌てることいくぞ氷結
マジシャンこれ王者の力この身に宿れこいつの出番だ
体力の残り少ないよ回復急いで
Yeah, well, it's also like, the fighter is warrior. It's, yeah. And, like, it's such an obvious, like, where they've fucked with it as well.
Oh, 王者の魂をここに誰か回復できないやれる注意して
マジシャンこれ
誰か回復できない
この力で
Excuse me, sorry.
やつ使えるというな
王者の魂をここに
This is definitely doable if I came in at full health.
所詮夢は
一気に攻めキャッキャッカッどうする
I didn't even... I don't know why I didn't even think about healing. That's fucking retarded of me, like... Let's just roll into a dragon fight without healing up. I was so focused on getting my magic and MP set, I forgot about my goddamn HP.
まさか戦う道を言っておくとはいいか女
ドラゴンだろうとそのためにはひるんでられないわよ
氷の力だ
弱点に命中
マジシャンこれ
さすがグライアス
落ち着くマジシャンこれ
We'll probably need at least one round of fairy potion just to like fix up any lost HP. It does multiple tail swipes, that's gonna be a problem as well. Ow.
悪は正すいやダメだ使わせてもらうありがとう
Don't be overconfident. Don't get cocked. Ah, wasted! Stupid. should have had it do the item on a half turn. I wasted a turn. And the one we want main healing, well, throwing items, not main healing, is Troll, because his magic is the lowest, so he's doing the least damage overall. But we don't want him going down, because that costs us activations. Well, shit. That's a problem. It killed the one that does the most damage. Oh, okay, a downed character does miss out on the XP. I couldn't tell before. That's kind of annoying. It looked like they didn't. Well, the problem is getting everyone to survive is basically just RNG. That's a very Dragon Quest looking treasure chest. A great sword embodying the fury of a dragon. Slash can be purified at, slashing damage can be purified at church. Again with the purified bit. But yeah, that's this. If you're still here, Zan, that's what I was talking about. Warrior is fighter.
Shika!
Oh lord, we are out of MP. Everything's a bit, how you going after that? Seems pretty alright so far, Huff. Usually, the thing is, Atlas is usually pretty good, but they'll have, like, some weird fuck-ups. Well, fuck-ups, I don't know, because it's, like, intentional. Like, Atlas stuff is usually pretty good, and then they do a few weird, like, intentional changes that it's like, what? Why? Like, the class names, for example. Must smash everything. Yeah, it's a shame to have the old man miss out on the boss XP there, but like, we could do it. It would just require, like, resetting the fight every time until we got, like, perfect RNG for it, effectively. And that's no fun. No one wants to do that.
Miro. Nanda?
これって。
おいおい。いかん。
走って。
This is very Dragon Quest 12. 12? 11.
ギリギリ助かった。
全員無事のようだな。
心臓止まりそうだったけどね。寿命縮まったかも。
雨か。ジレルが今日はここで野宿だな。ここを抜ければどこかで乗り合いの馬車も拾えるだろう。それでオートに向かおう。時間が惜しい。
馬車を使って大丈夫か？
今は国葬のおかげで遠方からの旅人が多い。むしろ目立たないだろ
馬車か。また襲われないといいけど。
う。雨で体が冷えるとまずい。一旦水が来ないところで休むぞ。
凍えずに済んだな。こうしてると子供の頃を思い出す。あの頃は野山で夜明かしなんて恥だと思っていた。うちは片田舎の貧乏貴族でな。両親は金の工面で周りに頭を下げてばかり。正直軽蔑していた。貴族の証は格式ある暮らしをすること。あの頃はそう思い込んでいたからな。でも7年前の春だ。村が謎の怪物に襲われた。今思えば人間だったんだ。燃え盛る村で俺は使用人と一緒に逃がされて、避難した先で両親が来るのを待っていた。だがそれが根性の別れになった。軽蔑していた両親は逃げ遅れた者を守るために最後まで残って応戦していたんだ。 それは立派だ。天地がひっくり返ったよ。初めて分かった。あれこそ貴族だってな。でも結局村は失われ、残ったのは人間に滅ぼされた村ってちっぽけな歴史だけだ。父はあの時王都に助けを求めたのに無視され続けた。軍は人間の脅威をとうに知っていたはずなんだ。もしも軍が、ルイが自身の名声を高めるためわざと見捨てたんだとしたら、俺はルイを。
ねえクライアス、私たち仲間になったんだよね。だったら話していいと思う。
そうだな。そいつの持つ剣を見ていろいろ思い出してたところだ。
剣がどうかしたのか。
あの剣は組織の使者の証でもあるが、元は幼い殿下のために陛下から授けられたものでな。魔法の素養が高い殿下に馴染むよう地金にマグラが練り込まれた特別な品だった。だが殿下は稽古に飽きては剣を浮かせたり、それに飛び乗ろうとしたり手を焼かされたものだ。そんな日々も長く続かなかった。事の始まりは12年前だ。
聞いたことくらいあるさ。王子が襲われたんだろう。
企みに気づけなかった。俺の失態だ。あの晩もこんな雨だったな。落ちてんか、こしらえ。
The sword levitating trick is a very Chinese swords and sorcery kind of shenanigan. Not sword and sorcery. Oh, I forget what they're called. The crests make it look like they've got a QR code on their back.
殿下は一命を取り留めたが、受けた呪いは驚くほど複雑な魔法だった。王都中の魔法医が集められたが、誰一人手に負えず、殿下の体は日に日に弱っていった。もはや術者本人に設計を吐かせない限り解除は困難だが、相手はルイだ。望みは薄い。となると方法は一つ。術者の死をもって術の持続を止めるしかない。
なぜルイが犯人だと？
見たのさ、この駅士の一人がな。当時ルイは今のお前たちよりもっと若くて大人の体格じゃなかった。見間違うはずがない。それが今では救世主扱い。王家二代を手にかけた国賊がだ。王子殿下と亡き陛下に報いるため、そして何より王国の未来のために必ず奴を撃たねばならない。 これがルイを殺す理由だ。
なるほどな。奴が返り咲くため、人間の恐ろしさを触れ回るために、俺の故郷も餌にされたわけか。極秘の情報なんだろう。話してくれて感謝する。
我らローグ族は恩義を3代先まで忘れない。ただし恨みもだ。ルイを決して許すわけにはいかない。
まさかそんな事情とはな。なあ、お前にとってもこの任務は大事ってことでいいんだよな。
ああ、もちろん。
想像してたよりずっと重い荷物を背負ってたんだな。何にせよお前は命の恩人だ。それに共に大切なものを守りたいと思う同志だ。一緒にこの国を救ってやろう。しかし夜は冷えるな。そろそろ飯にするか。王とはもうすぐなんだ。舞祝いと行こうじゃないか。
疲れたな。
How much of this can we explore? Because the last little camp we were at had a hidden gold bug or whatever it was. I do wonder if, like, obviously the full game would have, like, trophies / achievements and whatnot. I've got to assume, like, taking the dragon out is probably one, but will the game be able to realize I've done that, like, with the full game? Because the demo does save transfer. I mean, obviously there'd be an easy way for the game to recognize if you have the dragon's indignation. Is it rank 6 to get lightning? Yeah. And then... Okay, I think smelling something. Yeah, okay. So I don't actually need to have everyone else on mage to do the MP restoration. It's just the MC that gets those passives. I'm assuming then that only fills up the MC's magic as well. Which version of indignation? That's the thing with Tales. There's so many. There's the classic from the first game. 俺は最後だ。Indignation. That'd be the one you're familiar with if your exposure to that is me. That's the one I usually quote. Oh! Time for more.
あれ私確か寝たはず。
うん。やはりな。君らが眠っている間なら、僕からも望んでつながることができるみたいだ。どうやら力を順調に使いこなしているようだね。実に結構。前にも言った通り、アーキタイプは他者との出会いによって新たに芽生え成長していく。探すんだ。過去の英雄、王者たちにも匹敵する美徳の持ち主をね。王冠や勲章など関係ない。大事なのは己の道を背負うものであることだ。そうやって仲間や支援者たちが増えてゆけば、君の力はより磨かれ、高みへと近づくだろう。いつかそんな風に人が手を取り合い、君のように己自身の力で自由に未来を選べたなら、まさにそれが僕の理想の世界だ。
いや、支援者も何も、私たち今人から隠れたい立場なんだけど。
英雄も孤立していては異端者に終わるという話を前にもしたはずだ。つまりアーキタイプといえど、各々の得意や不得意があり、考えて使わなければ強みにはならない。戦場では命は君が思うよりもずっと簡単に失われる。学んで考え抜いて初めて拾えるものだ。試練や壁にぶつかった時こそ冷静に周りを見てほしい。小さな可能を積み上げた先に必ず勝ち筋はある。さて、じき夜も明けそうだね。今後も期待して見守らせてもらうよ。また会おう。国葬まであと4日。
よし。
ここ。ああ、もう。
ここだな。ここだな。
今ここだね。急ぎましょう。
行くぞ。
I don't know for what purpose, like, we need to stare at the map.
秘密裏にことを運ぶため、
Apart from it just being a nice piece of art.
を抜けることにした一行は、新たな力を得て、国軍の追っ手とドラゴンという脅威を振り払った。思わぬ足止めにかかった時間を取り戻すため、筋馬車を探すのだった。国葬まであと2日。
ようやく馬車が拾えたな。これで国葬には無事間に合いそうだ。
前に馬車乗ってた時は賊に襲われたのよ。今考えるとあれ、ルイの信奉者ね。思い出したくもないけど。
今のお前たちなら賊ごときに遅れは取らんだろう。心配するな。
こうしてると出発した日のことを思い出すな。あの時はまさか俺とお前の他に誰も生きて帰れないなんて想像もしてなかった。先のことなんて。
These carts are definitely Skyrim cursed.
辛い。
残念ながら顔と名前が一致する間もなかった。俺に絡んできてたルサントの男も名前さえ知らないままだ。
短い間に色々ありすぎた。私たちが世の中だと思ってた景色ってなんてちっぽけだったのかしら。
生まれた町から一歩も出ずに生涯を終える者もザラにいる。だが俺たちを待つ運命はどうもそうじゃないらしい。
そろそろオートだ。あまり喋るな。
あなたはもしや戻られたのですね。遠路ご苦労様でした。
まだこの顔を忘れていない者がいたとは驚きだ。
何を言われます。
まあ陛下が亡くなったと。
Her ears are kind of extreme.
増えたな。離れていた時の長さを実感する。
軍が一番変わりましたよ。水面下の後継者争いに振り回され、正直誰を守る軍なのかわからない時があります。おまけに辺境で怪物騒ぎまで。兵もろくに足りていません。
混乱も明日までだ。国葬が済めば次の王も正式に決まる。そうなれば捜索隊もお役御免か。でもそんなものがあったことなどほとんど誰も覚えていないだろう。
Always armed.
あと1日。
Good knives at all times.
ノルド廃鉱山を抜け辻馬車を拾った一行は国葬の前日までにユークロニア連合王国の首都オート・グラントラドに戻ってきた。長期はためく街並みを眺めながら果たすべき目的の大きさに改めて身を引き締めるのだった。
キリンが出てきたな。降ったりせんだろうな。
明日の国葬大丈夫なの？兵隊さんが足りないと聞いたわ。
心配いらんだろう。お偉方は皆ご自分の護衛を連れてる。そうそう荒事など起きんよ。
人目を引くなよ。日陰通りにミツバチのささやき亭って宿がある。詳しい話はついてからだ。
行くわよ。
けしから
ん。さてさて
I assume it tells me to fuck off if I try to leave. Can't even try to leave, the gates are closed. I haven't felt anything particularly bad, Phil, but I'm not, like, super sensitive to that sort of thing. I will feel it if it's bad, but if you're talking just, like, a little bit of, instability, I'm probably not going to notice it in a game like this. If we were talking, like a Bayonetta-style game or something, then I'd definitely feel it, where you're, you know, actually actively, like, in action mode the whole time. But for a JRPG, I'm probably not gonna notice. Ah, I had been looking for an explanation on these. The Roag tribe. A tribe whose members have longer lifespans, some living more than twice as long the average of other tribes. They age at the same pace until adolescence, spending the remainder of their lives in middle and old age. Perhaps as a result, the Roag tribe conjures images of the elderly in many minds. In a seniority-based society, Roags often hold high positions due to their longevity. They place great value in eventually passing down their knowledge and purpose, so much so that they're known to remember favors as well as hold grudges for 3 generations. Though many Roag have unique markings on their faces, they are not born with them. They are a form of traditional makeup. Yeah, so that answers that, which is what I was asking earlier. I said I didn't think the face tattoos were a racial trait, but a painting, and they are indeed paint. Dragons. An enigmatic and powerful creature reigning supreme at the top of the ecosystem. King of all monsters. They are known as dragons. With their overpowering strength, they could wipe out an entire fleet of military gauntlet runners as easily as breathing. Best not to get on their bad side. Many are believed to possess colossal, scaled bodies with membranous wings and raptor-like talons. But due to lack of personal encounters, the exact details remain unknown. In some areas, they are thought to be mythic creatures of legend, and are even revered on occasion as gods. Alga Hollow. Magla. Magla is not uniformly concentrated in the atmosphere, existing more like patches of smoke or fog in the air. As such, Magla is dense in some areas and extremely thin in others. One could say the Magla was hollowed out. Such areas provide reprieve from especially dense Magla, as the likelihood of encountering organisms affected or frenzied by Magla is significantly lessened. So we got like a bunch of interesting gems from beating the dragon. But again, it's like, do I want to sell them, or is it going to be needed for potential side quests? The side quest bit is what I'm really worried about. I just don't know how the game's going to be handling its side quests yet. If we were to get, like, bad frame drop during a section where you're trying to, like, deal with, like, the on-field enemies, that could be a problem. I would certainly feel that. It's a man?
さて。
ゲスどもが。
もう。ちょっと。
Oh.
この通りは柄が悪そうだな。
スリに気をつけてよね。あんたが一番狙われそう。
あんた。よし。
戻ったのかい？
お父さん、お帰りなさい。
マリア、いい子にしてたか？こいつらは今度入った新兵の小僧たちだ。
ずいぶん若いね。よろしく。ここで宿屋をやってるファビアンヌよ。マリアもちゃんと挨拶して。
いらっしゃいませ。
Yeah, if he has a wife and daughter, he's 300% dead. Holy shit. Speaking of, do I have voice actors for these guys? I have a voice actor for the girl, and it's one we're quite familiar with, but I don't have a voice actor for the lady. Well, I'm gonna, yeah, that leads to questions on my part, Huff, but there might not be questions we need to ask yet, but, Can you crossbreed? What happens when you mix species? But yeah, Maria is voiced by Yui Ishikawa, whom we should be well familiar with. A big name voice actor. I was gonna say Mikasa Words from Attack on Titan, but I guess is Attack on Titan still big? But 2B, we have 2B, and we have 9S voicing the main character. So we're just running the Automata cast here. Other roles we would recognize her from, she voices Toki in Blue Archive. And while it's not a video game, I was quite fond of her as Violet in Violet Evergarden. In general, yeah, she's a good voice actor. I'm just annoyed that I don't. I might have to go fetch like a more detailed cast list before we do the main game tonight, because yeah, I'm missing like a lot of the side characters here that really should have listings. Oh, she's got wings. She's a... Is this a found family situation?
聞いてたより戻りが早いじゃないか。何かあった？
兵をな、随分失った。
そっか。
まさかグライアスが子持ちとはな。
いつもすまないな。マリアのこと、もう少しだけ頼めるか。
任せといて。今やうちの看板娘さ。この人に付き合わされて疲れたろう。とびっきりうまい夕飯用意するからさ。
飯が済んだら上に行くぞ。
おいしい。
Yeah, Dwarven Grudges, how's it going? Funny, we were just talking about the Dwarf Book of Grudges.
これから舌が
落ち着いて食え。
うまかったな。特にあの肉、焼けるような辛さが食べてるうちに癖になって。
微動鶏の紅香草焼き、あいつの故郷の名物料理だ。ここは組織の息がかかった宿でな。あいつには世話になりっぱなしだ。
手駒が少ないとは聞いたが、本当に俺たちだけなのか？
別動してる者もいると聞いてはいる。だが不在の間、訪ねてきた同志はいなかったそうだ。匿名は俺たちでやるしかない。
ルイの暗殺か。大仕事だぞ。
グライアス、作戦はあるの？聞かせて。
葬儀の最中に殺す？白昼だぞ。無理に決まってる。
そこを逃せば狙える機会は他にない。大丈夫だ。ルイに近づくのは俺だけだ。お前たちは別の場所からルイの気を引いてくれ。その隙に
This is too obvious of a death flag.
当てにするなよ。怪物退治と人殺しは別物だ。獲物はこいつを使う。
正気か？相手は凄腕の魔導士なんだぞ。俺たちも何か。
ダメだ。邪魔になる。組みついて直に首をかっ切る。これが一番確実なんだ。経験もある。好きさえ作れれば問題ない。
心配だけど。
大丈夫だ。任せておけ。よかったらマリアに声をかけてやってくれ。一人で寂しがってるはずだ。
一緒に寝てやらないのか。
今夜は準備がある。
I was thinking Rebirth rather than Final Fantasy VIII, but I can see where you're coming from there. But no, I was reminded of the sequence in Rebirth where Yuffie's trying to assassinate fucking Rufus.
完全に父親の顔だな。悪い。俺は早めに休む。疲れを取っておかなきゃ。足。
もうみんな買ってね。けどマリアを放っておくのもかわいそうだし、一応話しかけに行ってみる？
さて。どうする？
The Hushed Honeybee Inn. I suppose, of course, also, yeah, calling it the Honeybee, it drew my mind to FF7 for that as well. A tavern and inn located on the back streets of Grand Trad, managed by a Haripus? I keep wanting to call it Papyrus, named Fabine, that acts as Grius's secret base of operations. The first floor is known to be an unofficial meeting place for minority tribes to gather and exchange information. Fabine is generally aware of Grius's covert operations and occasionally even lends her cooperation. At the tavern, Fabine prepares delectable dishes from her hometown, and her food is highly popular. Red grass roasted beetle. Culinary specialty from the hometown of Fabine, hostess of the Hushed Honeybee Inn. Roasted with zesty spices and red grass herbs, this aromatic poultry dish is supposedly so addictive one bite will make you crave it for life. Many customers frequent the Honeybee to indulge this meal alone, a hidden gem of Sunshade Row. You can keep all the tomatoes, I'll take the spicy chicken. Maria Alisis, Rhesus's daughter, part rogue, part Ishkia. She lives at the Hushed Honeybee Inn in Grand Trad, where Fabine takes care of her. A cheerful and lovable girl, she helps out the inn at night, but is often discriminated against for being half-blood, resulting in a lack of friends her own age. Well, therein answers our crossbreeding question. Yes, it is indeed entirely possible. And also, at least, unless the game is fucking with us, she is his actual daughter. Fabine Volps, proprietress of the Hushed Honeybee Inn, a tavern and inn located in the back streets of Grand Trad. A beautiful Parapus woman of good character. She has a common law marriage with Grius and thinks of his child as her own. Oh, okay. No, that's what I was saying, Huff. She's not... Yeah, Fabine is not... Fabine's the one that's adopting, as it were. Sorry, I didn't explain that well enough. Well, I suppose the game directly explains it there now, but yeah, from that I gathered her being a half-blood part rogue, part Ishkiya. Oh dear. But that means Greece has dead wife and a daughter, and now a reacquired wife. Oh boy, he's like so many death flags. But like he and now he's going on the assassination mission as well. There is a point where you pile up so many death flags you actually cycle back out the other end, and you can't die because it's become too obvious that you're going to die.
なあ。
I'm gonna guess this particular tribe has some sort of facial disfigurement, because this isn't the first person we've seen with a weird box on their head. Unless it's a religious thing. Could also be a religious thing.
ゆっくりしてって。
どうかしたの？
一緒に遊ぼうと思って。
マリアと遊ぶの？もう夜だよ。そういえばお父さんが言ってた。珍しい本を持ってるから見せてもらえって。本に興味があるの？まだ見たことないからどんなのかなって。
一緒に読む？
本当？あ、でもお手伝いが。
マリア、ここはもう大丈夫だから上で遊んできな。
いいの？
今日もよく頑張ったからね。
本読みたい。絵もいっぱい。本ってこういうのなんだね。字はね、ファビアーヌさんに教わったの。店の手伝いにも役立つからって。
字が読めるなんて偉いね。
少ししか読めないけど覚えるの楽しいよ。頑張ると褒めてくれるし嬉しい。お父さんには部屋に入るなって言われたけど我慢もできるよ。
強いんだね。
お父さん忙しいし、それより帰ってきたから嬉しい。 話できてすごく楽しい。
また一緒に遊ぼう。
本当にまた遊んでくれる？じゃあ約束。お父さんの仕事を手伝うんでしょ？怪我しないでね。
Wait a minute.
危ない仕事もあるって聞い
Are we death flagging?
心清き少女マリア。彼女こそ背漁師の美徳を心に宿すもの。彼女との絆を育てることで、あなたに眠る新たな力が目覚めるでしょう。
ありがとう。
Well, we've got a healer access now, which is nice.
お父さん、しばらくお家にいるかな？すぐにお別れだと寂しいかも。
きっと大丈夫だよ。
これ、もう少しだけ読んだらファビアンヌさんのとこで寝るね。じゃあ読んでいくね。この国ではメタ王様がの声を聞いて国の生活を守っている。ねえ、ここは何て書いてあるの？
社会が国民を守る。これがこの理想郷の基本理念である。ね、誰もが平等で安全に暮らし、生活に貧富の差はない。故に争いもない。全員が助け合うべき仲間なのだ。つまり、みんな喧嘩しないで仲良く暮らしてるってことね。
すごい。こんな場所どこにあるの？ここでなら仲間外れにされることもないんだよね。マリアも行ってみたいな。本、もうちょっとだけ読んでいい？
こりゃ当分寝られそうにないね。
夜明けとともに大聖堂へ向けた葬列が始まる。
王の棺が城を出発した。城下を練り歩き、最後に大聖堂まで運ばれる。お前たちは大聖堂で警備兵に紛れろ。合図したら騒ぎを起こしてルイの気を引いてもらう。
兵隊に紛れるって制服はもう。
ファビアンヌに無理言って繕ってもらった。
一晩でか？徹夜だろうに。どれどれ。
昨日はマリアが世話になったな。また相手をしてやってくれ。
うん、任せて。
すまんな。なかなか友達もできないみたいでな。ここを出たら別行動だ。分かってるな。大聖堂に着いたら警備兵を装い、中で騒ぎを起こす。
こっちは大丈夫だからさ、心配しないで。
お父さん。
夜には帰る。いい子にしてるんだぞ。
また本でも読もうか。
本当に？
帰ってきたらみんなで一緒に夕飯を食べよう。
気をつけて。
いってらっしゃい。
This demo is significant.
すべて終えたら夜にここで合流だ。頼んだぞ。
ああ、全力を尽くす。よし、 準備して大聖堂に向かうぞ。
行くわよ。
さて、どうする？
Well, now, this is a worry, Huff. This is a big worry. Greece doesn't have a link.
いよいよだな。
なんだ？
さて、
ちょっ。そういえば。
Feel sorry for the poor bastard that's ringing the bell all day. That's a lot of work.
あの場所へ。
新たなアーキタイプを手に入れたのか。うん。さてと。いいか？つまりだから
重要な依頼だ。
Okay. It is a chunky demo, Zeratul. We've been going for, yeah, 7.5 hours now, something like that. And like a little bit of it is bear time. But even then, I have no idea if we're nearing the end of the demo. I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
どうして？
まあ 確か
Well, that kind of spoils that we're not going to succeed in killing him here. I mean, obviously we're not, but still.
そのためにはこの研究は
We've been going for that long, the controller's complaining. Oh! How does skill transference work?
Yeah.
Just pay the cost. Fair enough. Ah, and limited skill set slots. So yeah, Fab. If you're interested in the game further, Fab, I will be streaming it proper tonight when it goes live. It's about 15 hours from now? We will unlock the healer on the main character at the very least.
なるほど興味深いこれはねいいか
頼んだ
So many bots recently, my god. Yeah, that's fair, Fab. That's fair.
もちろん
そうか この技があれば
Okay. So the healer class doesn't get healing magic until level 3. But it does get light magic at level 1. Cleanse at 13. All debuffs from all allies. That's big cleanse. But like this, the Seeker class gets heal at level 1. No worries, Zeratul, take it easy. I suspect that's probably going to be the case with tomorrow's stream, as a lot of people are going to dip just to dodge spoilers, which is totally fair. The music just overall has been very good thus far. So, I don't know, because the amount of XP given by these isn't exactly considerable. So I don't feel like they're going to be a horde item as such. Yeah, well, I mean, that's part of why I do the streams, Doc, is so that people can check the games out if they're interested themselves. Oh, hey, Silent Dragon, how's it going? What does the arrow on him mean?
Yeah. そういえば。そういえば。
Yep, by all means. Now, do you need to inherit skills piece by piece? So, like, do I need to, on Seeker, inherit a skill and then on another class pay the same cost? Or is it once I've unlocked once, it's unlocked across all? They're separate, okay. So think about what you're investing before you start investing, basically.
Oh yeah? また来るといい。
どうする？さて。
Are we actually allowed into the shopping streets now?
い時に来たな。うん。売れる時に言っておけ。
確か
売りに来たのか。うん。
Okay. Need emergency cash, the option is there. But that's just the stuff we need for doing our classes and skills, so... I'm not sure. I would not currently describe it as open world. Well, it's more like a Final Fantasy style map. Like you just transition between. Well, I suppose Persona 5 worked a bit like that, didn't it? I don't remember. See, now this is again we've got these lovely like expensive items that we could cash in that we got from beating the dragon, but it's I don't know if I'm allowed to.
Yes.
I don't know if I need them for other issues.
Yes. Yes.
It's always the worry with cash money items. Yeah, but then you say that about, like, the Persona games, and then Elizabeth's like, oh, by the way, I need these red drops. And, like, you can go back and re-farm them, but that's a pain in the butt. Good lord, so many bots. Not that I'm aware of. that Metaphor hasn't even officially launched yet, I doubt they would be dropping any Persona 6 information. They wouldn't want to take away from Metaphor's launch. I mean, it's already pretty milked.
Yes. Oh. Yes.
Oh. Hey there, Garrus. Thanks for the follow. How's it going? We've been playing the demo for 8 hours straight so far, and I'm really enjoying it. Freaking huge demo. Well, I wasn't sure about doing the demo or not, but since it does the save transfers, I'm like, well, why not? As in Metaphor, I don't believe so. PC, Sony, and Microsoft, I think. I don't think it would run on the Switch.
네.
15 hours on the demo. Jesus. That's a lot more than I was expecting from it. Okay, there's warp wires. Interesting. I have no idea. I don't actually... Like, I'm playing it on PS5. I know it's also available on PC. Those are the ones I only know for certain. Those are the ones that I know for certain. Huh. Huh. Yeah, we went and fought the dragon in the mines. And that's why I've hit the point of like, do I sell off the gems from our victory there, or do I hold them until later? suppose it's not really necessary since it's the stream time is listed, but I think we still have the uptime command. Yeah, we do. Cooking ingredients, oh boy. Clear well water? What is this? Fucking Atelier game? Next there'll be Taru. Taru everywhere. Unfortunately, these days I'm a bit of an old man. I don't think I could manage a 24-hour stream. I do plan to stream for as long as I can tonight, once the game actual goes live. That should not be a 24-hour stream, though. I don't got one of those in me anymore. If I was to do a 24-hour stream, I'd need a lot of setup. I'd need, like, food prep, drink prep, a lot of prep work to do a 24-hour stream. I frequently do, like, long streams, but 24 hours is, that's a big ask. Wait, what? Okay, I see. It's I misread that whole sentence at first. Because, like, hitting an opponent will make them forget things. Right now you have 0 thoughts. I thought that meant we needed to erase our own thoughts. But it's a skill, like it's an item that inflicts silence, basically. I might take that, because the anxiety status... Was it the anxiety? Oh, crap, I can't remember which one. There was one of the status debuffs that seemed, like, absolutely brutal. Do we have, like, a way to access the tutorials? We do. Anxiety. Ally only ailment that prevents the use of skills. If attacked while afflicted, the enemy will not consume a turn item. Yeah, okay, so that anxiety is super scary. Malady. Malady was the other one that was like, fuck this. Hex, also pretty bad. Those are some, like, super nasty debuffs.
Yes.
やめておきましょう。
エルダ族だと。
いよいよだね。
エルダ族だと。
さて。
I would have thought, like, JRPG style games wouldn't have been too bad with, like, arthritis. I suppose it depends on exactly how it's afflicting you. I suppose it's a good point off. It does have the action system. Again, I thought the reason that this particular race was hated was because they could naturally channel magic. Did I misunderstand that?
これすごいね。
どうする?
Well, hang on. Can we?
Because
it wasn't in the memorandum. We should check things actually. Malga Accumulator, a device that gathers Malga crystals too small or impure for use and refines them into Malga crystals of sufficient quality for use in magic igniters. There's a number of open pipes that extend outwards and is sometimes accompanied by a floating terminal device, mainly stationed in areas where large amounts of people gather, such as Grand Trad or other large cities. The pipes and floating terminal collect Malga from the atmosphere, though the amount collected is marginal because the technology is new. The quality of the crystals produced are far from good, but they are sufficient for igniters that are linked to increased efficiency in igniter production, which until now has always required natural crystals. Though unpopular with most of the nobility who see them as an eyesore, they are viewed favorably by most. The main reason being that the crystals produced by signiters can be sold. This alleviates the discontent of those who feel deprived of the opportunity to make use of the magla that exists within everyone, as igniters and magic education too expensive. Regolith Grand Cathedral. An enormous cathedral built in the royal capital around the time Sanctism was established as the state religion. The largest structure in the entire kingdom, it boasts a scale far surpassing any other Sanctus construct. The land on which it was built was the former cemetery for the Ukrainian royal family. The highest point of the building soars past the palace by a large margin. That's a bit of a... You built it on buried dead kings in a setting where the royal bloodline is like super magic. This seems questionable. Many feel the comparative grandeur of the cathedral implies that the authority of Sanctism exceeds that of the royal family, which has netted which has nettled more than a few older citizens. Currency. The Ravi is a standardized unit of currency in the United Kingdom of Ukrainia. It comes in several denominations marked by size, shape, and type of coin. This ranges in value from large gold coins to average silver coins to various copper coins for sub-unit amounts. The largest denomination of Reeve is the Ukrainian ingot, or ingot, equivalent to 20,000. It is rectangular in shape, fitted with a special stone to prevent forgery, and rarely seen due to its high value. Ukrainian gold coin, or gold, equals 5,000 Reeve. It's a circular golden coin bearing the likeness of the first king, who is extolled as the merciful king. Silver coins come in two variations. The first, called silver, is the Ukrainian silver coin, equal to 500 Reeve. It's round in shape and bears the crest of the Ukrainian royal family. The second, the Regolith silver coin, is a relatively new denomination equal to 1,000 Reeve. It is commonly known as church silver. It was issued by the crown theocracy to commemorate both the state adoption of Sanctism as its official religion and the construction of the Regolith Grand Cathedral. It is the same triangular shape as Sanctus' crest and serves to reinforce the political power of the church. Copper coins have been in circulation across all three countries since before annexation and continue to be used today. There is no uniform value for them, and they are mainly used for exchanging nominal amounts to too small for silver. These qualities, as well as how rarely they are counterfeit, have led to remaining unregulated. All copper coins are round in shape but feature various designs. The most common coin in circulation is Ukrainian standard, but there are many featuring geography from Oceania and Montenegro as well. Interesting. It's always... They've put a good bit of thought into their, world building and whatnot. Which also gives us some sort of context, like a basic healing potion was 50. So 10 healing potions for one piece of regular silver. Can we get run over by... They stop. We're too stupid to get our shit sanctified.
なさい。
さて、
当時ら
国王様。王様いないの？
おいおい。
助かったよ。
耐えられん。
なあ、
困った。
なあ、どうするかね。
ちょっと。
Alright, Doc, take it easy. As I was saying earlier, we'll be streaming tonight again when the full release happens. So if you're curious and seeing more, there will be more.
さて、
そんな。そんな。
さて、どこにしようか。
そんな。
どうすれば。
エルダのくせに。
See ya, Dragon. Thanks for stopping by.
様に託すしか。
はすったな。
いいね。
エルダ族だぞ。
さて、さて、
エルダ族だぞ。
I guess we just do our thing then. We've sort of poked around at each of the shops.
いいか。よし。
領主に貴族に将軍もいるわ。そうそうたる顔ぶれよ。
グライアスは見えるか。
問題なさそう。けど肝心のルイがまだ。
見て。
なんだこれは。
Jesus Christ!
あやつ王家
He's going full fucking Lucifer on them.
自分が王とでも言っているようではないか。けだものめ。
愚かな王は死んだ。ここに並ぶ貴族や宗教家どもに失望し、自らの弱さに打ちひしがれたのだ。
言わせておけば。
なんて言い草。
狂ってる。葬儀の場で。ルイ様の言う通り、貴族どもが悪い。
もっと言って。
この国は今、有史以来の危機にさらされている。すべてのものに現実を見せてやる。
Is he gonna drop fucking humans on everyone?
壁の中で見る機会もなかったの。これが人間だ。ただの噂ではない。今やこの国は人間の巣窟なのだ。
This was Attack on Titan all along?
ついに国境の砦までも人間に落とされた。じきに全土がそうなる。弱き王が招いた災いだ。ならば力ある者こそ新たな王にふさわしい。
己貴様、謀反を起こす気か。
王も継ぎ手もおらぬのに誰の謀反だというのだ。ならば冷戦にて今決めよ。このルイ・グイヤベルンこそユークロニアの新たな王であると。
おい、どうした。何事だ。
But if he is actually Lucifer and then God just comes out and says, no, fuck off. Oh shit!
まさか王の魔法なのか。
我が名はユトロダイウス5世。
国王陛下。
新たなる王の誕生を望むその願い、聞き届けよう。
The fuck?
今ユトロダイウス5世とあの顔、まさか国王陛下。そんな陛下亡くなったのでは。なぜ。静まれ。言葉を拝聴せよ。我は宣言する。我が魂が真にこの世を離れる定めの日。今より夜旅の月が移ろいし後、来たる英雄の日。その日までに国民の信託を最も集めし者が次なる王となる資格を得るものとする。
王となる資格だと。
信託を集める。本気か。
我が魂は天空より全てを見通し、全ての者の心の声を集める。なんとたりとも本心を偽ることはできぬ。
なんだこれ。
心の声しかと見通したり。今この時、次なる王として最も信託を集めし者は
オーデン様。
ルイ様だ。ルイ様もいるぞ。
王の候補だと。
面白い見せ物だ。 この私にも世継ぎとなる資格を与えるというのだな。
口を閉じよるい。亡き陛下の弔いを汚すと何たる狼藉。そなたが王になるなどありえぬ。
ならば問うてみるか。民草よ、フォーデンが王で本当に良いのか。今こそまやかしの教えから目覚めるのだ。生まれや種族など関係ない。私は命に貴賤なく世界を望む。従うなら人間の脅威から守ろう。幸福を取り戻そうではないか。
聖教の教えは村を救わなかった。
化け物相手にはどうしようもない。
奴隷でも指示すれば守ってくれる。
騙されるな。あいつはそんなやつじゃ。
ねえ見て、上様がフォーデン様にどんどん迫ってるわ。
本当に人の心を見透かしているというのか。
ルイ、民心を惑わせよって。
国難を人間を打つ力なくして未来はない。この私と共に立ち、まやかしに反旗を翻す者諸君らは守ってやる。だが従えぬ者は容赦なく殺す。たとえ誰であってもだ。
それが王族であってもか。
国を担えもせぬ王など大罪人よ。当然の報いだ。
貴様、
やはり奴が陛下と殿下を。
ふざけるなルイ。お前みたいな悪党が王だと許されるわけない。国が滅びる。おい誰だ無礼者。王族殺しの好きにさせるかよ。
そうだ。
よしいいぞ、お前も行け。
ガイアスは
アルセス。
Oh
神の
god.
意志を力で継ぐことは許さぬ。我が力にて罰を下す。
罰
This is not the way to go.
いい腕だ。亡き王族への忠義か。だとすれば皮肉だな。王は貴様が気に入らぬようだ。
嘘。
Jesus, just like that.
言ったはずだ。逆らう者は殺すと。まさか王の魔法をこんな風に使うとはな。いいだろう。あらゆる生まれの民よ、我が理想のもとに集え。理不尽で風貌ない境からこの私が守ろう。
ルイ様しかいねえわ。
指示しなかったら殺されるわ。
じゃあどちらにつくべきか。
来たる英雄の日、我が審判により民の信託を最も集めし者が次なる王となる。あらゆる種族、身分、咎人、万民に大いに挑む権利がある。我が瞳は天空より全ての心を見通し、望まれたる者の顔を石踏みにて示すであろう。なんとたりとも阻むことは許さぬ。全ての地に伝えよう。
あやつ。
おいグライアス、グライアス。くそ。
アルセス。
古き遺物など不要。新たな王、ルイ様の時代が来るのだからな。
動くな。
まったく死にたいやつばかりだな。ルイ様のありがたみを骨身に刻んでやる。
ああ。
こいつ墓所の遺骨で。
Come forth, fam.
私はルイ様からご用事を言いつかっていく
用事。
マグラを蓄えるのにも多少時間がかかりそう。それまでしばし聖堂に曲がりさせていただくとしよう。王の服もが開ける日が最悪の日となるだろう。邪魔しに来れば殺す。
ひるむな。死者が蘇ることなどない。下法で人形のように操っているだけだ。
来るよ、構えて。
クライアス、何なんだ。どうしてこんな。
It doesn't necessarily have to be a half breed. We don't know about Three Eyes as a breed at all.
ちょっとストロール、しっかりして。敵が来てるよ。
迷うな。
That's a lot of boners.
落ち着け。俺くそ、うまく集中できない。すまない。すぐに立て直す。
来るよ、構えて。ストロールが不安状態。狙われたら危険よ。
I mean, can we cheese it?
これなら大丈夫。やり王者の魂をここに。風よ。悪は正す。叩き切る。恥ずかしくない戦いを。突きやれろ。この覚悟はいいか。いやダメだ。うら。落ち着いていこう。王者の魂をここに。ファイター。やれやれ。はあ。思ったより耐えるな。恥ずかしくない。このこいつ。悪は正す。切り捨てる。落ちこの力で風よ。やってくれるぜ。手加減はなしだ。数いくつも。まだ倒れるわけには。さすがだな。任せた。シーカー。はあ。
I guess the old man missing out on the dragon XP didn't hurt us too badly in the end after all. Oh dear.
兵を連れて聖堂に入ったのか。
ここには墓地があったな。彼のムクロはそこに運んでくれ。
はっ、かしこまりました。
丁重に扱ってやってくれ。顔なじみなんだ。亡き陛下。いや、王子殿下のために正しいことをしたんだ。弔われるべきだ。私の名はヒュルケンベルグ。尋ねたいことがある。
That's quite the name.
さっきの力、ただの兵士じゃないな。軍で教わる代物じゃない。
Just to quickly get her voice actor though, since we have her name. Hülkenberg is voiced by Sayori Hayami. Again, another voice actor we have encountered many times before. Immediately jumps to mind Shinobu from Kimetsu no Yaiba, Yor from Spy Family, Ushi from Fate. Claris in Shin Sakura. The Demonica in Strange Journey, as in the suit's operating system. Shinoa in Oari no Seraph. Also Melt, Atalantnia, Martha in Fate. Many voices. A voice actor we have encountered many times before.
そっちこそ誰だ。ただの兵士じゃなさそうだ。
私は騎士だ。警備兵を率いる身分ではないが、行きがかり上な。
騎士？
お前たちが偽物であることには目をつむろう。アルセスの知り合いらしいしな。
アルセスって？
話はあの男を捕らえた後だ。奴の狙いは中に安置された王爵に違いない。
王爵を？
お願いです。誰か来て。助けてください。家族がまだ中に。
取り残されているのか。
他にも大勢中に。
さっきの男と鉢合わせでもしたら。
騎士として見過ごすわけにはいかない。ついてこられるなら来い。
騎士様が素性の知れないものに頼るのか。
戦えるなら身分は問わない。
Also, at least to the citizenry, we do look like soldiers.
グライアスに顔向けできない。お前も来てくれ。
止めても行くんだよね。
俺のことを分かってきたようだな。骸骨どもに気をつけろよ。
こっちだ。
This demo is still going.
待てよ。
いや。
How much lore did we just unlock? Probably a fair bit. Slave classes. A class of people considered so low across the kingdom that no one can be born into it. Rather, it is a restriction on citizenship imposed as a form of punishment for crimes. The criminal becomes the legal property of another for a fixed sentence, and during this period, any action that leads to a slave's death, participation in additional crimes, or even self-harm will result in the owner being charged. Necromancer. A man clad in black who appears to be one of Lewis's close aides. Certain physical characteristics of his suggest he's a half-blood, such as his single Clemar horn and the eye on his forehead that doesn't open. It's said he's powerful enough to single-handedly defeat a wave of oncoming soldiers, but what's more terrifying is his ability to magically manipulate the deceased's remains into undead soldiers. Using manipulation magic on people's remains is considered a highly monstrous act, and mages who engage in it, called necromancers, lose all social standing. To wit, the upper echelons of Grand Trad society were aghast that Lewis would leave such a madman unsupervised at all, much less at the royal funeral for the late king. Complicated name the Fifth. The kingdom of Ukrainia's former king, prior to his assassination by Lewis, he arranged for his death to trigger the royal magic, which did a competition for the throne's succession, in which every member of the kingdom was eligible, thus ushering in a time of unprecedented turmoil and uncertainty. His early reign was marked by substantial efforts to uphold his high-minded ideals, but his authority gradually diminished over the years. After the prince was attacked and presumed dead, he became an empty husk of his former self and stopped participating in politics. That he would prepare an elaborate, bizarre magic spell in secret, completely defying his style of reign until then, came as a complete shock to his subjects, further adding to the disarray. The calendar. The Kingdom of Ukrainia uses a 5-day week in its calendar: Flames Day, Water Day, Arbor Day, Metal Day, and finally, Idols Day? There's 365 days in a year and 12 months. Each month has 6 weeks, except December, which has 7, the last of which is called Idols Week and is treated as a week of rest. The names of the calendar's days are based in the creation myths of Sanctism, and thus Idols Day is intended for rest and prayer. Likewise, the entire kingdom spent Idle Week in preparation for a prosperous new year. That said, towns and villages in areas where Sanctism has less influence often have their own customs and names. A royal flower. A white flower associated with the Ukrainian royal family, also depicted on the national coat of arms. Though beloved by Ukrainians for generations, as a sign of respect to the royal family, it is now customary to refrain from using the flower in familial celebrations. Until some decades ago, colonies of the flowers could be seen around Grand Trad, but have since been lost because of the rapid expansion of the Crimea Desert. It is said that few natural colonies exist in present day. Is our overuse of magic killing the planet? Are we doing that kind of plotline? Knight. A mark of esteem granted by the Kingdom of Ukrainia in recognition of one's military merit, humanitarian efforts, scholastic achievement, or otherwise noteworthy accomplishments. Those who have been knighted vow to uphold the powers in the chivalric spirit, and today many knights have also vowed to defend the Sanctith Fate, viewing it as an intrinsic part of their noble duty after it was instated as the state religion. Yeah, well, that would be my thinking half, is they're forcing crystallization of the Mage and then putting it into tech. Knights are respected in society and enjoy various privileges to match their high status. However, if any knights conduct themselves in a manner contrary to the chivalric values, they are deemed as disloyal to the king and thus heavily condemned. Knights turned criminal are commonly called fallen knights and lose all social credibility. Knights may be armed, but are not necessarily members of the army. For example, royal knights serve the royal palace directly under the king. They may participate in the army under the king's command, but they are not subject to the whims of the military. The royal magic of the previous king. The late Big Name V was the first king to invoke the royal magic in several hundred years. None could have foreseen its consequences, as it was planned in secrecy, and was to be triggered only after his death, its activation threw the capital into chaos. The magic he invoked was peculiar. He called for a competition of people's support, stating the crown would be conferred to whoever could win the most faith amongst the populace, regardless of birth or circumstance, at the end of a designated period. In addition, in order to monitor the competition, other phenomena appeared, including the royal palace floating into the sky, the giant face of the king peering from beneath it, and the mysterious stones throughout the kingdoms that depict those with the most support. No one yet knows the full extent of his magic. Space rock. Peculiar giant rocks with candidates' faces on them appeared throughout the kingdom around the same time the royal magic was evoked. Evidence suggests they were created by royal magic. The general understanding is that candidates' faces appear in prominence based on their public approval rating, and the rock constantly alters in response to changes in those rankings. Apparently, candidates higher in rankings take up more of the rock's surface. The Day of the Hero. An annual holiday on October 27th of the Ukrainian calendar, celebrating the three kingdoms of Ukrainia, Oceania, and Montenegro as one united kingdom, as it remains to this day. More precisely, it celebrates the day the first king of the United Kingdoms was coronated. The titular hero refers to the then king of Ukrainia, who put an end to the Annex War. Former King Complicated V may have chosen this day to mark the end of the struggle for the throne because of its historical significance, a momentous day marking a kingdom's rebirth. Much lore. Big Head the Fifth, though, this is interesting. I was already on board with this, but this is really starting to get quite interesting now. We could climb that easy. Like, I get it from a game perspective why, but, like, we could climb that easy. I might, it's about to hit level 6. Doesn't get anything interesting at level 6. I might switch out to the healer, because we got the sub mission to do for the healer. And I figure, we can kill skelly boners with holy magic. I would be very surprised if the skeletons aren't weak to Hama. No worries, huh? Is skeletons only weak to fire? Fire doesn't seem like it'd do much to skeletons. I can see the argument for fire being anti-zombie magic, though often that just gives you flaming zombies. Yes.
最善を尽くさないとな。
It's exactly as I suspected. The fact that we're able to bonk the skellies with our mace is actually pretty regular fantasy logic. Skeletons are weak to blunt damage. This is a really substantial demo. Holy shit. Like, we're getting, what, a second main dungeon? Or, no, a third main dungeon. Huh. Huh. I hadn't considered that as a possibility, but that's a cool idea. Accessories that allow you to cast magic, which makes perfect sense in universe, because it's igniters. Ah, that's a good idea. Did I miss a turning point somewhere? Oh, there was more to this, I see. Hey, know you, and almost certainly, though whether it'll get, like, story DLCs, I don't know, but it'll probably get, like, more, costumes and music and whatnot. That tends to be how Atlas rolls with their DLC. There's already the, like, deluxe edition, which has music and costumes and whatnot. As for like, yeah, whether it gets like proper content DLC or not, I got no idea. It depends on how the game, like if the game is fully structured and fleshed out, there might not be room for content DLC. Unless they do like post-game super bosses and such. I enjoy a good challenge. I don't enjoy some of Atlas's super bosses. A lot of them often end up not being challenges and just being like, you must build this to get past. So, like, examples I'm not too fond of is, like, the Elizabeth fight in Persona 3, where if you go in with, like, specific setups, she just insta-kills your whole party. I'm not sure for good super bosses. I'm not, like, a big fan of like, super bosses in general, so... If you're looking for, like, a really challenging game and you're interested in checking out Atlas games, I would highly recommend playing Deep Strange Journey, or Strange Journey Redux, I think as it's called in the West. That has what I consider to be one of the hardest storyline bosses in any Atlas game. There's a particular storyline boss towards the end of that game that is... I would normally consider it to be super boss tier, except no, it's a story boss. You have to beat it to progress the game. And holy gods, it is fucked. I won't give you any more details than that. Because that'll get into spoiler territory, but yeah, that's, we have beat that boss on stream. That took some doing. But generally speaking, you can find a lot of, like, super bossy type stuff in Atlas games. It's a very, very normal trope of theirs. Especially, like, the remakes or, like, enhanced upgrades. Part of those versions tend to include a lot of extra super bossy type content. I don't know. Again, it's Atlas, so I would assume so. But I can't say for certain. And I've intentionally not been, like, looking into the game's content and whatnot, so I don't know if it's got super bosses at base or if they're going to do, like, super boss DLC. I would guess that it does, though, again, just based on many previous Atlas games.
廃鉱山で出くわしたのと同じ。
今何か物音が。
上だ。 崩れるぞ。
見て、入り口が。
ここまで来て
ここからじゃ無理だ。たまたま崩れたんじゃない。塞がれたんだ。別の場所から入るしかない。心当たりがある。
But yeah, generally, like, any of the Shin Megami Tensei games, should scratch your itch, or any like, the Persona games are all, like, they can offer some pretty challenging bosses, and super bosses. Welcome back, Hoff.
そうか。なら俺たちも行こう。
その前に確かめておきたいことがある。ルイに殺された男についてだ。
あんたはグライアスの知り合いなのか？
ああ、彼の本名はアルセスだ。アルビド・アルセス。前王陛下に腕を買われて王子殿下の剣術指南役を務めていた。
まさか知り合いだとは。
とはいえ、私が殿下の近衛としておそばに仕えていた頃の話だがな。
あんた王子の近衛なのか？
近衛だ。王子殿下は確認したいのはそれについてだ。教えてくれないか？お前たちはなぜルイの命を狙った？
Why can't we? She was literally there when he was hit with the curse.
復讐だよ。
She chopped him.
暗殺は王子のためさ。亡き王子殿下のな。
Well, I suppose we don't know that.
復讐？
王子だけじゃない。ルイは王も殺したんだ。
アルセスは一時の感情で動く男じゃない。非情と言われてでも常に最良の選択にこだわった。それがなぜ復讐のためだけにあんな。
さあな。知りたいことはそれだけか？
お前たちがアルセスの仲間なのは分かった。改めて協力を求めたい。
俺たちよりも軍に応援を請うべきじゃないのか？
今日の様子を見ただろ。もう当てにできない。少数精鋭の方が対処もしやすい。大聖堂への侵入路を教えよう。力を貸してくれるか？
当然だ。お前はどうだ？
もちろんだ。よ
し。聞くだけ野暮だったな。
ちょっと国軍は何してるの？
王の葬儀がこんなになるなんて、国はどうなっちまうんだ？
だいぶ混乱してるな。
無理もない。私自身まだうまく飲み込めていないしな。
あんたたち。
Oh dear.
マリアを見なかった？
マリアいなくなったのか？
騒ぎの話を聞いて駆け出していったのよ。
おいファビアンヌ、いたぞ！マリアだ！
マリア！
動かすな。頭を打ったようだ。
逃げる人の身に巻き込まれたんだろうな。かわいそうに。
気を失っているが、命に別状はなさそうだ。
She can't be dead because she's a social link.
あの人は一緒じゃないのかい？
それはすまない。
覚悟はしてたから。でも
マリアのことはファビアンヌさんが見てる。しばらくは安静にするしかないだろうな。
取り残された人まだいるんだろう。救出に入った兵士たちもほとんど戻ってこないらしい。噂じゃルイの紙幣にやられたとか。レイの人間の死骸も安全が確認できなくて置きっぱなしだ。
地下には墓地を兼ねた納骨堂がある。そこを抜ければ大聖堂へ出られるはずだ。
信用していいんだな。納骨堂にはどうやって入る？
墓兵舎の左側にある門から行ける。
よし、急ぐぞ。
Huh.
行こ
う。いいか。
どうなっちまうんだ。そったれ。なんだ。
どうする？
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it was very obvious.
さて、
I don't know if we have any reason to like go back and poke around the areas again.
さて、 すぐに行こう。 よしよしよし。 よし。
どうしよっかな。
さて、
どうする？
Hmm.
おしまいなのか。
What's up, Huff?
よし。とはいえ、
心配だ。
行くぞ。
よし。
あの場所へ。
Strikers?
おいで。
ゆっくりしていくといい。
よ
Right, I get you. That's new. Wait! Soul Hacker! We're going into full... full SMT territory. My drinks run out. I had hoped to get to the end of the demo, but I'm like contemplating maybe we just stop before we start the next dungeon. Well, we have, Unknown, Commander, Merchant, Faker! For as I pray, unlimited blade orcs. Berserker, Summoner, Dancer, Thief, Knight. Alrighty.
うん待てよ
ちょっと
うんまた考えうることはまた
おいで
行こっか。
ようこそ
何これ。
それはいいか
The asking about super bosses, there is this Book of the Apocalypse here that could potentially be something to do with that.
おやまた来るといい
But yeah, I'm thinking I might stop the stream here. I hadn't expected. We're 9.5 hours in, and the demo is still going. I'm actually getting a bit tired, so we might pack things up here, and then when the full game launches tonight, we'll just continue on from here. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. I didn't expect this demo to be so beefy. Thoughts so far? I'm really enjoying it. I'm looking forward to the full game. We'll absolutely be playing the full game as soon as it goes live tonight. Yeah, I'm really into pretty much everything that's happening right now. The story, the characters, the music, the mechanics. It's all going for me. I'm liking all of it. Yeah. So I'm definitely want to play more. I'm just, yeah, getting 9.5 hour mark. That's a pretty significant play session. So I think I will pack up here. As I said, because I am feeling a bit tired, and I need to get some rest before tonight, so we can do another big chunky stream tonight. Hopefully, continue on with the full game. So long as I'm understanding things correctly, the full game should unlock at midnight tonight, which is, for me, that's 13.5 hours from now. So the plan will be to come back then and pick up right from here. Yeah, as I said, I'm having a great time with the game so far, and I definitely want to play more. So if you're interested in seeing more, swing by tonight. But for now, that is all. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.